Hi everyone, I know you are watching this content to accompany your sleep. So before we start, I want to know where you are watching from and what time you are watching. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's jump straight into the story. Story 1. In January 2006, a significant criminal case emerged in the United States involving Dr. Cyril H. Wecht, a renowned forensic pathologist and former Allegheny County coroner in Pennsylvania. Dr. Wecht was indicted on 84 counts, including fraud and theft, under allegations of misusing his public office for personal gain. The indictment, announced by U.S. Attorney Mary Beth Buchanan, accused Dr. Wecht of utilizing county resources for private purposes, such as using government vehicles for personal travel and directing county employees to perform tasks related to his private practice. The case garnered widespread attention due to Dr. Wecht's prominence in the field of forensic pathology and his involvement in numerous high-profile cases. The indictment alleged that Dr. Wecht had defrauded the citizens of Allegheny County by misappropriating public resources for his personal benefit. Specific charges included the unauthorized use of county funds and assets, as well as the improper utilization of his public office to advance his private consulting business. The legal proceedings were marked by intense scrutiny and debate. Dr. Wecht's defense team argued that the charges were politically motivated, pointing to the timing of the indictment and suggesting that it was an attempt to tarnish his reputation. They contended that the alleged offenses were minor and did not warrant federal prosecution. The defense also highlighted Dr. Wecht's extensive contributions to forensic science and his service to the community, asserting that the indictment was an overreach by the prosecution. The prosecution, led by U.S. Attorney Buchanan, maintained that the charges were based on substantial evidence of wrongdoing. They argued that Dr. Wecht had systematically exploited his public position for personal enrichment, violating the trust placed in him by the public. The prosecution emphasized the importance of holding public officials accountable for ethical breaches and the misuse of public resources. As the case progressed, it became a focal point for discussions about the ethical responsibilities of public officials and the boundaries between public duties and private interests. The trial was closely followed by both the media and the public, reflecting the high stakes involved for both Dr. Wecht and the prosecutorial authorities. The outcome of the case was anticipated to have significant implications for the enforcement of ethical standards among public officials and the prosecution of alleged abuses of power. The indictment of Dr. Wecht in January 2006 remains a notable example of the complexities involved in prosecuting alleged misconduct by public officials, highlighting the challenges in balancing the enforcement of ethical standards with considerations of political context and the contributions of the individuals involved. As the legal battle surrounding Dr. Cyril H. Wecht intensified, the case became one of the most contentious public corruption trials in Pennsylvania's history. The prosecution, led by U.S. Attorney Mary Beth Buchanan, aimed to prove that Dr. Wecht had systematically misused county resources for personal gain, violating ethical and legal standards expected of a public official. The defense, on the other hand, argued that the charges were excessive, politically motivated, and an attempt to dismantle the legacy of one of the most respected forensic pathologists in the country. Dr. Wecht, a man who had built his reputation over decades of work in forensic pathology, was known for his involvement in high-profile cases, including the John F. Kennedy assassination, the deaths of Elvis Presley and JonBenet Ramsey, and many others. His expertise was widely recognized, and he had often been called upon to provide expert testimony in some of the nation's most infamous criminal cases. However, the very prestige that had made him a household name was now working against him. The indictment accused him of using his public office as Allegheny County coroner to facilitate his lucrative private consulting business, which generated millions of dollars over the years. The prosecution presented a detailed account of how Dr. Wecht allegedly used county resources for personal endeavors. Among the charges were accusations that he had improperly used county employees to handle tasks related to his private practice, including faxing, copying, and mailing documents that were unrelated to county business. Investigators uncovered thousands of pages of records showing correspondence between Wecht's private clients and county office staff. Additionally, he was accused of using county-owned vehicles for personal and business travel, logging miles that should have been covered by his private business rather than taxpayer dollars. Another key element of the prosecution's case was an alleged scheme involving the trading of unclaimed cadavers for access to the University of Pittsburgh's anatomical donation program. According to prosecutors, Dr. Wecht arranged for unclaimed bodies from the coroner's office to be provided to the university's medical school in exchange for the use of their facilities and resources, which benefited his private consulting business. This charge was particularly damaging, as it suggested an unethical, and potentially illegal, exchange of human remains for financial and professional gain. The defense fought back aggressively, arguing that the allegations were exaggerated and that such practices were common among forensic professionals who balanced public service with private consulting work. Dr. Wecht's attorneys pointed out that his consulting business had been widely known for years and that no previous administration had found any wrongdoing in his operations. They also emphasized that many of the so-called misused resources, such as faxing and office assistance, were minor infractions that did not warrant federal prosecution. Moreover, they contended that the case was politically driven. Dr. Wecht had been a vocal critic of the Bush administration and had publicly clashed with conservative officials, including U.S. Attorney Mary Beth Buchanan, who was appointed by President George W. Bush. His supporters argued that the prosecution was a form of retaliation, meant to discredit a prominent figure who had often challenged government narratives, particularly in forensic investigations. Public opinion on the case was sharply divided. Some viewed Dr. Wecht as a corrupt public official who had abused his office for personal gain, while others saw him as a victim of political persecution. The case drew widespread media attention, with legal analysts debating whether the charges justified the level of prosecutorial effort being put into the trial. Some critics pointed out that while Dr. Wecht may have engaged in ethically questionable practices, the federal government's aggressive approach seemed disproportionate for what were, at their core, administrative violations rather than major criminal acts. As the trial proceeded, testimonies from former county employees played a crucial role. Some staff members testified that they had indeed been instructed to perform tasks related to Dr. Wecht's private business while on county time. They described instances where they were asked to make copies of documents, arrange travel for private forensic consultations, and even assist in organizing private case files. However, the defense countered by calling witnesses who argued that the workload was minimal and that many public officials regularly engaged in side consulting work without facing criminal prosecution. One of the most dramatic moments in the case came when the prosecution presented emails and internal memos showing that Dr. Wecht had been warned about potential conflicts of interest, but had continued to operate in the same manner. This evidence was used to demonstrate that he had knowingly violated ethical guidelines, reinforcing the argument that his actions were not accidental but deliberate. The trial was becoming a spectacle, drawing forensic experts, legal scholars, and even political commentators into the debate. The case was not just about Dr. Wecht's alleged misconduct. It was also about the broader implications for professionals who split their time between public service and private enterprise. If convicted, Dr. Wecht faced significant prison time, and the verdict would set a precedent for how similar cases were handled in the future. As the weeks passed, tensions inside the courtroom continued to escalate. The prosecution remained steadfast in its argument that no one, regardless of their stature, should be above the law. The defense insisted that Dr. Wecht was being unfairly targeted and that the charges amounted to a misuse of prosecutorial power. The jury was now left with the difficult task of determining whether Dr. Wecht's actions constituted criminal fraud or whether the case was, as his supporters claimed, a politically motivated attack on a respected professional. With the trial nearing its conclusion, both sides prepared for closing arguments, knowing that the outcome would have lasting consequences, not just for Dr. Wecht, but for the broader legal and forensic communities as well. As the trial reached its final stages, the atmosphere in the courtroom was tense. Both the prosecution and the defense had spent weeks presenting their cases, calling witnesses, and dissecting evidence. The prosecution argued that Dr. Cyril Wecht had knowingly and systematically abused his public office, using taxpayer-funded resources to enrich himself. The defense countered that the charges were politically motivated, inflated, and an attempt to destroy the career of a distinguished forensic pathologist. Now it was up to the jury to weigh the arguments and reach a verdict. Before the case was handed over to the jury, the prosecution delivered a forceful closing argument. The lead prosecutor reiterated the key points of their case, emphasizing the misuse of county employees and resources, the personal travel expenses charged to taxpayers, and the controversial cadaver exchange deal. The prosecutor pointed out that Dr. Wecht had been warned multiple times about potential conflicts of interest, but had continued his actions. "This is not a case of oversight or misunderstanding," the prosecutor told the jury. "This is a case of a man who thought he was above the law. He used public funds, public employees, and even human bodies to further his own financial gain." The defense's closing argument took a very different tone. They urged the jury to see the case for what they believed it truly was, a politically motivated attack. They reminded the jury of Dr. Wecht's lifetime of service, his contributions to forensic science, and his role in solving some of the most high-profile criminal cases in the country. They painted a picture of a man who had been targeted not because of criminal wrongdoing, but because of who he was and the enemies he had made over the years. "This case is about more than just Dr. Wecht," his defense attorney argued. "It is about the power of prosecutors to destroy lives. If we criminalize minor administrative missteps, if we allow politics to dictate who is prosecuted, then any public servant, anyone who has ever sent a fax or made a phone call on office time, could be next." After days of closing arguments and final instructions from the judge, the jury was sent to deliberate. Legal analysts speculated that the case could go in either direction. Some believed that the prosecution had presented a compelling argument with strong evidence of financial mismanagement. Others believed that the defense had successfully cast doubt on the motivations behind the case, making it difficult to secure a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury deliberated for several days, requesting to review documents, testimony, and specific pieces of evidence. The length of the deliberation suggested that the jurors were struggling with the complexity of the case. While some charges, like the misuse of county employees, seemed straightforward, others, such as the alleged trading of cadavers, were more contentious. Then, in a surprising twist, the jury announced that they were deadlocked. Despite extensive deliberation, they could not reach a unanimous verdict. The judge had no choice but to declare a mistrial. The courtroom erupted with reactions. Some gasped, others muttered, and both sides showed visible signs of frustration. The prosecution had been hoping for a conviction, while the defense had been hoping for a full acquittal. Instead, the case ended in a legal limbo. In the days following the mistrial, legal experts debated what would happen next. The prosecution had the option to retry the case, but doing so would require a significant investment of time and resources. Given the mixed public reaction and the arguments about the political nature of the charges, some believed that retrying the case would not be worth it. Others, however, believed that the government would push forward in order to maintain credibility. As the legal battle continued, the case took another unexpected turn. In 2008, the new administration under President Barack Obama made changes to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Mary Beth Buchanan, the prosecutor who had spearheaded the case against Wecht, was no longer in charge. Without her leadership, the Justice Department ultimately decided not to pursue a retrial. The case was officially dismissed, and Dr. Wecht was free from prosecution. Dr. Wecht emerged from the legal battle with his career and reputation battered, but not destroyed. He remained vocal about what he saw as a wrongful prosecution and continued to work in forensic pathology. He returned to giving lectures, writing books, and providing expert testimony in criminal cases. While some still believed he had crossed ethical lines, others saw him as a victim of an overzealous prosecution. The case of Dr. Cyril Wecht became a landmark example of the blurred lines between legal misconduct, political motivations, and the ethical challenges faced by professionals in public service. It raised critical questions about prosecutorial power, the role of politics in the justice system, and the extent to which minor administrative violations should be criminalized. In the years that followed, legal scholars continued to discuss the implications of the case. Some believed it served as a cautionary tale about the importance of maintaining ethical boundaries in public office. Others saw it as a troubling example of how political forces can shape the justice system, leading to cases that may not have been pursued under different circumstances. Regardless of one's perspective, the case left a lasting impact on both the legal and forensic communities. It was a story of ambition, controversy, and the fine line between ethical missteps and criminal prosecution. And though Dr. Wecht was never convicted, the battle he fought in the courtroom served as a reminder that even the most respected professionals are not immune to the powerful forces of law, politics, and public scrutiny. Story 2. In January 2006, a significant criminal case unfolded in the United States involving former managers of the Bank of China. A federal grand jury in Las Vegas indicted Su Chaofan and Su Guojun, along with their wives, on charges of racketeering, money laundering, and fraud. The indictment alleged that the two bank managers orchestrated a scheme to embezzle over $485 million from the Bank of China and subsequently laundered the stolen funds through various channels, including Las Vegas casinos. The case attracted considerable attention due to the substantial amount of money involved and the international implications of the crime. According to the indictment, the defendants transferred the embezzled funds through a complex network of accounts across multiple countries, aiming to obscure the origins of the money and integrate it into the legitimate financial system. The use of Las Vegas casinos was a notable aspect of the laundering process, as the defendants allegedly purchased gambling chips, conducted minimal gambling, and then cashed out the chips to obtain clean funds. The indictment was the result of a collaborative investigation involving U.S. law enforcement agencies and international partners. The charges highlighted the challenges of combating sophisticated financial crimes that cross international borders and involve complex laundering techniques. The case underscored the importance of international cooperation in addressing such crimes and the need for robust mechanisms to track and recover illicit funds. This case was part of a broader effort by the U.S. Department of Justice to address significant financial crimes and hold accountable those who exploit the financial system for personal gain. The indictment of the former Bank of China managers and their associates was a clear message of the U.S. government's commitment to pursuing justice in complex international financial crimes. The legal proceedings in this case were closely monitored, given the high-profile nature of the defendants and the intricate details of the alleged criminal activities. The outcome of the case was anticipated to have implications for future prosecutions of international financial crimes and the strategies employed by law enforcement agencies in such cases. This case serves as a reminder of the ongoing challenges in detecting and preventing sophisticated financial crimes, as well as the critical role of international collaboration in bringing perpetrators to justice. It also highlights the vulnerabilities within financial institutions that can be exploited by individuals in positions of trust, and the importance of implementing robust internal controls to prevent such occurrences. The indictment of the former Bank of China managers in January 2006 remains a significant example of the complexities involved in prosecuting international financial crimes and the persistent efforts of law enforcement agencies to uphold the integrity of the global financial system. The case of the former Bank of China managers, Su Chaofan and Su Guojun, was not just a story of embezzlement, but a complex financial crime that spanned multiple continents, involving intricate laundering schemes and years of evasion from law enforcement. The two bank executives had meticulously planned their operation, exploiting their positions within one of China's largest financial institutions to siphon off an estimated $485 million. What made their crime even more sophisticated was their ability to move the stolen funds through an elaborate network of shell companies, offshore accounts, and high-stakes gambling in Las Vegas, a city known for its flow of untraceable cash. For years, Su Chaofan and Su Guojun lived lavishly in the United States under assumed identities, believing they had escaped the reach of both Chinese and American law enforcement. Their wives, Kwang Wanfong and Yuingyi, played an instrumental role in facilitating the financial transactions, transferring vast sums across multiple jurisdictions. Authorities later discovered that portions of the stolen money had been funneled through Canadian and Caribbean banks before ultimately reaching the casinos in Las Vegas, where it was cleverly laundered through high-limit baccarat games. The scheme relied on purchasing large amounts of casino chips, playing minimally, and then cashing out in smaller, more manageable sums. The casinos, unaware of the true source of the money, issued checks that disguised the origin of the funds, making it easier for the criminals to integrate the illicit gains into the legitimate financial system. The downfall of the operation began when financial analysts and banking regulators in China noticed discrepancies in accounts linked to the Bank of China's Guangdong branch, where the two managers had worked. Internal audits revealed significant shortfalls, and when investigators traced the missing funds, they discovered the international money transfers leading to the United States. The Chinese government, alarmed by the scale of the fraud, requested the assistance of U.S. authorities, marking the beginning of a transnational investigation. The U.S. Department of Justice, in collaboration with the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security and Chinese law enforcement launched an intensive probe that involved tracking financial transactions, conducting surveillance, and gathering evidence across multiple countries. The investigation gained momentum when authorities identified the two bank managers residing in the United States under false names. They had been living in luxury homes, driving expensive cars, and maintaining an extravagant lifestyle that far exceeded any legitimate income they could have had. Detectives working on the case managed to obtain wiretaps and financial records that exposed the network of offshore accounts and money transfers, leading to the grand jury indictment in January 2006. The indictment charged them with conspiracy, money laundering, racketeering, and fraud, painting a picture of an elaborate financial crime that had defrauded one of China's largest banks of nearly $500 million. When law enforcement agents finally moved in to arrest the suspects, they faced an unexpected challenge. One of the men, Su Guojun, attempted to flee, leading to a tense confrontation with authorities. He had apparently been tipped off about the impending arrest and tried to escape through an emergency exit in a Las Vegas hotel. However, undercover agents stationed nearby quickly intercepted him. Meanwhile, his wife, Yuingyi, was found attempting to destroy financial records in their residence, further implicating her in the crime. Su Chaofan, the other bank manager, was taken into custody without incident, though his initial response was one of complete denial. He insisted that the money had been obtained legally and that the charges were fabricated. However, investigators had compiled overwhelming evidence against him, including bank statements, recorded conversations, and testimony from financial experts who had analyzed the intricate web of transactions. The indictment also revealed that the stolen money had been used not only for personal luxury, but also to bribe officials and associates who had helped them evade capture for years. Some of the funds had been transferred to Hong Kong-based companies that had no legitimate business operations, while others had been moved through dummy corporations set up solely to launder the money. Authorities even uncovered safe deposit boxes containing large sums of cash, further illustrating the extent to which the suspects had gone to conceal their wealth. As the case progressed, prosecutors faced the challenge of not only proving the financial crimes, but also navigating the legal complexities of international cooperation. The Chinese government was heavily invested in seeing justice served, as the case had become a matter of national embarrassment. However, because the suspects were arrested in the United States, their prosecution had to adhere to American legal standards. Defense attorneys attempted to argue that the case was politically motivated and that their clients were being targeted unfairly due to tensions between the two countries. Despite these challenges, federal prosecutors remained confident in their case. The evidence was overwhelming, and the scale of the crime made it one of the most significant financial fraud cases in U.S. history at the time. The upcoming trial promised to be a landmark legal battle, with implications for how international financial crimes would be prosecuted in the future. As the trial date approached, federal prosecutors prepared to present a case built on years of investigative work, extensive financial records, and key witness testimonies. The courtroom was set to become a battleground where the prosecution and defense would argue over not just the guilt of the accused, but also the broader implications of international financial crimes and jurisdictional boundaries. The legal proceedings began with the prosecution laying out the elaborate scheme that Su Chaofan and Su Guojun had orchestrated. They demonstrated how the former bank managers had systematically abused their authority to siphon funds from the Bank of China, transferring them across international borders through a web of shell companies and fraudulent transactions. Prosecutors displayed charts, wire transfer records, and casino logs, highlighting how the stolen money was funneled through gambling operations in Las Vegas, where it was laundered and reintroduced into the financial system. One of the most damning pieces of evidence came in the form of surveillance footage from the casinos. The footage showed Su Chaofan and Su Guojun exchanging massive amounts of cash for gambling chips, sitting at baccarat tables for mere minutes, and then cashing out their chips as winnings. This method, known as minimal play, was a common tactic used in money laundering schemes, allowing criminals to legitimize large sums of illicit money under the guise of gambling earnings. Testimonies from financial experts helped to unravel the complex layers of transactions that had concealed the stolen funds. Bank auditors detailed the irregularities that initially triggered the investigation, while forensic accountants explained how the funds had been routed through offshore accounts in Canada, Hong Kong, and the Caribbean before making their way to U.S. financial institutions. The prosecution also called on law enforcement officers who had worked on the case, describing the extensive efforts to track down the suspects and piece together the financial puzzle. In an attempt to counter the overwhelming evidence, the defense sought to portray their clients as victims of political persecution. They argued that the case was driven by tensions between the U.S. and Chinese governments, and that their clients had been unfairly targeted due to their past employment at the Bank of China. They also challenged the prosecution's reliance on financial documents, claiming that some of the records could have been manipulated by Chinese authorities. However, their arguments struggled to gain traction. The sheer volume of evidence, bank records, emails, recorded conversations, and testimony from financial analysts, painted an indisputable picture of a deliberate, long-running scheme to defraud the Bank of China and launder the stolen funds through international channels. Further complicating the defense's case was the testimony of an unexpected witness, one of their former accomplices. A lower-level participant in the money laundering operation had agreed to cooperate with authorities in exchange for a reduced sentence. This witness provided critical details about how the scheme was executed, including instructions given by Su Chaofan and Su Guojun on transferring funds, setting up dummy corporations, and avoiding detection. Their testimony reinforced the prosecution's claims that this was not a case of political targeting, but a carefully planned financial crime. As the trial neared its conclusion, prosecutors delivered a compelling closing argument. They emphasized the sheer scale of the fraud, the sophisticated methods used to launder the money, and the arrogance of the accused, who had lived extravagantly in the U.S. while believing they were beyond the reach of justice. They argued that a guilty verdict would not only hold the individuals accountable, but also send a strong message about the consequences of financial crimes that cross international borders. The jury deliberated for several days, carefully reviewing the vast amount of evidence presented. When they returned with their verdict, the courtroom was filled with tense anticipation. The verdict was read aloud, guilty on multiple counts, including conspiracy, fraud, money laundering, and racketeering. The sentencing phase followed, with the prosecution seeking lengthy prison terms due to the severity of the crimes. The defense pleaded for leniency, citing their clients' ages and the fact that they had already spent years in custody awaiting trial. However, the judge, emphasizing the vast amounts stolen and the sophisticated nature of the crime, handed down substantial sentences. Su Chaofan and Su Guojun were each sentenced to over 20 years in federal prison, while their wives received lesser, but still significant sentences for their roles in facilitating the scheme. The conviction marked the end of a case that had spanned years and multiple countries. It was a significant victory for both U.S. and Chinese authorities, demonstrating that even the most intricate financial crimes could be uncovered and prosecuted, no matter where the perpetrators tried to hide. The case also set a precedent for international cooperation in financial crime investigations, reinforcing the importance of collaboration between governments and law enforcement agencies to track down criminals who exploit the global financial system. In the aftermath of the trial, financial institutions in both China and the U.S. implemented stronger measures to detect and prevent similar frauds. Regulatory agencies tightened oversight on cross-border transactions, and casinos in Las Vegas adopted stricter anti-money laundering protocols. The case served as a stark reminder of how financial systems can be manipulated for illicit gain and the vigilance required to prevent such abuses. Despite their convictions, the story of Su Chaofan and Su Guojun remained a cautionary tale of greed, deception, and the limits of impunity. For years, they had lived as though they were untouchable, but in the end, justice had caught up with them. Their downfall was not just a legal victory, but a testament to the persistence of law enforcement agencies in pursuing those who seek to manipulate the system for personal gain. Story 3. In January 2006, Singapore was gripped by the tragic case of 4-year-old Cindy Neo, whose life was cut short in a harrowing incident that shocked the nation. The events leading to her untimely death began on October 7, 2004, when Cindy was abducted from her home in Telok Blangah by 37-year-old Constance Chi Chong-hin, a former Singapore Airlines stewardess. Chi, who had been in a romantic relationship with Cindy's father, took the young girl to her apartment. In a tragic turn of events, Cindy was thrown from a high-rise flat, sustaining severe head injuries that led to her death 5 days later. The case garnered widespread media attention, not only because of the victim's tender age, but also due to the complex interpersonal relationships and psychological factors involved. Chi was initially charged with abduction and murder. However, during the course of the investigation, it was revealed that she was suffering from schizophrenia, a mental disorder that significantly impairs an individual's perception of reality. This diagnosis played a crucial role in the legal proceedings that followed. In January 2006, after thorough psychiatric evaluations and legal deliberations, the murder charge against Chi was reduced to culpable homicide, not amounting to murder, acknowledging her diminished responsibility due to her mental condition. The court found that while Chi had intentionally caused Cindy's death, her judgment and actions were substantially influenced by her schizophrenia. This adjustment in charges underscored the legal system's recognition of the interplay between mental health and criminal responsibility. The trial proceedings were closely followed by the public, with many expressing a mix of sorrow for the young victim and a nuanced understanding of the perpetrator's mental health struggles. The case highlighted the challenges faced by the legal system in balancing justice for the victim with appropriate considerations for defendants suffering from mental illnesses. On April 7, 2006, the High Court sentenced Constance Chi to 13 years imprisonment, 10 years for culpable homicide, and an additional 3 years for the abduction. The sentencing took into account her mental health condition, the severity of the crime, and the need for both punishment and rehabilitation. The court also emphasized the importance of ensuring that individuals with severe mental disorders receive appropriate treatment to prevent future tragedies. This case prompted widespread discussions in Singapore about mental health awareness, the adequacy of support systems for individuals with mental illnesses, and the measures needed to prevent similar incidents in the future. It also led to calls for a more compassionate approach towards mental health in the criminal justice system, balancing the need for public safety with the recognition of mental health issues. The tragic death of young Cindy Neo remains a somber reminder of the vulnerabilities present in society and the importance of addressing mental health issues proactively. It underscores the need for continued efforts in mental health education, early intervention, and the development of robust support systems to prevent such tragedies from occurring again. The legal proceedings in the case of Constance Chi and the tragic death of Cindy Neo became a focal point for discussions on mental health, criminal responsibility, and the appropriate balance between justice and rehabilitation. As the court delved into the details of the case, more information surfaced about Chi's background, her struggles with schizophrenia, and the events leading up to that fateful day in October 2004. Chi had once been a promising young woman, a former flight stewardess with Singapore Airlines. However, her life took a downward spiral after she was diagnosed with schizophrenia. The disorder, which affects an individual's ability to think clearly, manage emotions, and interact with others, had a profound impact on her personal and professional life. Her condition deteriorated to the point where she could no longer maintain employment, and she struggled with feelings of isolation, paranoia, and delusion. Her relationship with Cindy's father, Neo Ng Tong, became strained as a result of her mental illness. While their relationship initially seemed promising, Neo eventually distanced himself from Chi. By the time of the incident, he had moved on and was focused on raising his daughter. However, Chi, struggling with emotional instability, was unable to accept the end of the relationship. She became fixated on Neo and his daughter, which culminated in the tragic events of October 7, 2004. On that day, Chi went to Cindy's home in Telok Blangah with the intention of seeing Neo. However, when she arrived, he was not there. In a sudden and unprovoked act, she took Cindy and left, bringing the child back to her own apartment in Boon Tiong Road. This act of abduction would later become one of the key charges against her. What happened next remains a point of both horror and debate. According to the prosecution, Chi intentionally threw Cindy from the high-rise apartment window, leading to her fatal injuries. The defense, however, painted a different picture. They argued that Chi, in a delusional and mentally unstable state, had not intended to kill the child, but had acted impulsively in a moment of psychological distress. This argument became the foundation of the case for reducing the charge from murder to culpable homicide, not amounting to murder. Cindy's injuries were catastrophic. She suffered severe head trauma and multiple fractures upon hitting the ground. Despite being rushed to the hospital, she succumbed to her injuries 5 days later. The loss of the young girl devastated her family and sparked national outrage. Many questioned how such a tragedy could have occurred and whether there were warning signs that had been missed. As the case went to trial, psychiatric experts were called to testify regarding Chi's mental state. Doctors confirmed that she had been suffering from schizophrenia and that her actions were influenced by her condition. The prosecution did not dispute her mental illness, but argued that it did not absolve her of responsibility for her actions. Instead, they contended that while her judgment was impaired, she was still aware of her actions at the time of the crime. The defense countered by emphasizing Chi's deteriorating mental health in the years leading up to the crime. They pointed out that she had struggled with delusions, paranoia, and emotional instability, which had played a significant role in her actions. They argued that her actions were not premeditated murder, but rather the tragic result of an untreated mental illness spiraling out of control. The court was left with the difficult task of deciding the appropriate sentence for Chi. Singapore has a strict legal system, and violent crimes, especially those involving children, are taken very seriously. However, the recognition of mental illness as a mitigating factor also played a crucial role in shaping the final judgment. As the trial progressed, the public reaction was deeply divided. Some believed that Chi deserved the harshest punishment possible, as she had taken the life of an innocent child. Others, however, saw her as a victim of her own mental illness, arguing that she needed treatment rather than a lengthy prison sentence. The case ignited discussions about the intersection of mental health and criminal law, with many questioning whether Singapore's legal system had adequate safeguards for individuals with severe psychiatric disorders. In the end, the court ruled that while Chi's mental illness had influenced her actions, she was still responsible for them to some degree. The charge was downgraded from murder to culpable homicide, not amounting to murder, reflecting her diminished responsibility. Additionally, she was found guilty of abduction, further adding to her sentence. On April 7, 2006, Constance Chi was sentenced to a total of 13 years in prison, 10 years for culpable homicide and 3 years for the abduction of Cindy. The sentence was met with mixed reactions. Some felt that it was too lenient given the severity of the crime, while others believed that the court had taken a fair approach by acknowledging her mental illness while still holding her accountable for her actions. The case had lasting implications for Singapore's legal system, particularly in the way courts handle cases involving defendants with mental illnesses. It also prompted discussions about the need for better mental health awareness and early intervention, as many wondered whether the tragedy could have been prevented if Chi had received proper psychiatric care before her condition worsened. Even after the trial concluded, the memory of Cindy's tragic death lingered in the minds of many. It was a sobering reminder of the importance of mental health care, the potential dangers of untreated psychiatric conditions, and the delicate balance between justice and compassion in the legal system. The case left an indelible mark on Singaporean society, sparking debates that would continue for years to come. In the aftermath of Constance Chi's sentencing, the legal and psychological implications of the case continued to be a subject of national discussion. While the court had reached a conclusion, the tragedy left behind many unanswered questions. How had Chi's mental illness progressed to such a dangerous point without intervention? Could her condition have been treated earlier to prevent this devastating outcome? And most importantly, how could Singapore ensure that similar cases would never happen again? The public reaction remained polarized. Some Singaporeans believed that the sentence was too light given the severity of the crime. The loss of a 4-year-old girl was an unthinkable tragedy, and many felt that justice had not been fully served. Parents in particular struggled to come to terms with the idea that a person could abduct and kill a child and not face the full weight of Singapore's strict legal system. To them, Chi's mental illness did not excuse her actions. Instead, they saw her as a dangerous individual who had taken the life of an innocent girl and should have received the harshest possible punishment. On the other hand, mental health advocates and legal experts argued that the case demonstrated why it was necessary to consider psychiatric conditions in criminal proceedings. Schizophrenia is a complex and severe mental disorder that can impair judgment, distort reality, and lead to unpredictable behavior. Chi's actions, while undeniably tragic, were seen by some as the result of a failing system, one that had not provided her with the treatment and support she needed. These advocates pushed for greater awareness of mental illness, arguing that the criminal justice system needed to take a more rehabilitative approach for offenders suffering from severe psychiatric conditions. Despite these debates, one fact remained unchanged. Cindy Neo was gone, and her family was left to grapple with an unimaginable loss. Her father, Neoang Tong, was devastated. He had lost not only his daughter, but also any semblance of normalcy in his life. His grief was compounded by guilt. He had once been involved with Constance Chi, and now, that past relationship had led to the death of his child. For years after the incident, he struggled to move on, haunted by the memories of Cindy and the knowledge that she had died in such a violent and senseless manner. Chi's sentencing also brought attention to the way Singapore handled individuals with severe mental illnesses who had committed crimes. While she was imprisoned rather than placed in a psychiatric institution, questions arose about how the prison system would manage her condition. Would she receive adequate psychiatric care while serving her sentence? Would she pose a risk to herself or others while in prison? These concerns sparked further discussions about whether Singapore needed to establish more specialized facilities for mentally ill offenders, where treatment could be prioritized alongside rehabilitation and incarceration. In the years that followed, the case of Constance Chi was often cited in legal and academic circles as an example of the complexities of criminal responsibility and mental illness. It became a case study in law schools, with students debating whether justice had truly been served. Professors used it to highlight the challenges in balancing punishment and rehabilitation, especially when dealing with offenders who were not fully in control of their actions due to mental disorders. Singapore's legal community also took note. While the country had long upheld strict laws and harsh penalties for violent crimes, this case reinforced the need for greater consideration of psychiatric evaluations in legal proceedings. Judges and prosecutors became more aware of the nuances involved in cases where mental illness played a role, and defense lawyers began advocating more strongly for their clients to undergo psychiatric assessments when necessary. Meanwhile, mental health organizations used the case as an opportunity to push for greater public awareness about schizophrenia and other severe psychiatric conditions. Campaigns were launched to educate Singaporeans about the symptoms of schizophrenia, the importance of early intervention, and the resources available for those struggling with mental health issues. These efforts were aimed not only at preventing similar tragedies, but also at reducing the stigma surrounding mental illness, which often prevented individuals from seeking the help they needed. Despite these changes, the pain of Cindy's loss never truly faded. For her family, justice, regardless of how it was defined, could never bring her back. They were left with only memories, reminders of the 4 short years they had with her. Every birthday that passed was a painful reminder of what had been taken from them. The sound of children laughing in playgrounds, the sight of little girls in school uniforms, even the scent of Cindy's favorite foods. These everyday moments became sources of grief, reminders of the life that had been stolen. For Constance Chi, prison was not just a place of punishment, but also a place of reckoning. She had lost everything, her career, her freedom, and the life she once knew. Though she had been deemed mentally ill at the time of the crime, she still had moments of clarity where she had to face the enormity of what she had done. Her sentence was not just about serving time. It was about coming to terms with the fact that her actions had caused irreparable harm. The question of whether she truly understood the gravity of her crime remained unanswered, as did the question of whether she could ever reintegrate into society after her release. In the end, the case of Constance Chi and Cindy Neo became more than just a legal proceeding. It became a reflection of Singapore's evolving understanding of mental illness, criminal responsibility, and the limits of justice. It forced the nation to confront difficult questions about how to handle individuals who commit violent crimes while suffering from severe psychiatric disorders. It highlighted the need for both stronger mental health support systems and a legal framework that could fairly address cases involving diminished responsibility. The echoes of this case continued to be felt long after the courtroom had emptied and the headlines had faded. It was a stark reminder of the fragility of life, the consequences of untreated mental illness, and the profound impact of crime on both victims and perpetrators. While Singapore had always prided itself on its strict laws and low crime rates, this case served as a sobering reminder that not all crimes could be neatly categorized into right and wrong, guilt and innocence. Sometimes justice was not a matter of black and white, but rather a complex and painful shade of gray. Story 4. In January 2006, Japan was rocked by a high-profile corporate scandal that would have far-reaching implications for its financial markets and corporate governance practices. The epicenter of this controversy was LiveDoor Company, an internet services conglomerate led by its charismatic and ambitious CEO, Takafumi Hori. Known for his brash demeanor and unconventional approach to business, Hori had become a prominent figure in Japan's corporate landscape, symbolizing a new generation of entrepreneurs challenging traditional norms. The saga began on January 16, 2006, when Tokyo prosecutors conducted a series of high-profile raids on LiveDoor's offices, Hori's residence, and the homes of other key executives. These actions were part of an investigation into allegations of securities fraud and violations of Japan's securities and exchange law. The authorities suspected that LiveDoor had been involved in disseminating false information to inflate its stock prices and had engaged in questionable accounting practices to misrepresent its financial health. The immediate aftermath of the raids was tumultuous. Investors, spooked by the sudden scrutiny of a company that had been a stock market darling, began a massive sell-off. On January 17th and 18th, the Tokyo Stock Exchange, TSE, experienced unprecedented trading volumes driven by panic selling. The situation became so dire that the TSE's trading system was overwhelmed, forcing an early halt to trading to prevent a complete system overload, a first in the exchange's history. As the investigation progressed, more alarming details emerged. On January 18th, Hideaki Noguchi, an executive at HS Securities, a firm closely associated with LiveDoor and also under investigation, was found dead in a hotel room in Naha, Okinawa. Authorities ruled his death a suicide, adding a tragic dimension to the unfolding scandal. The legal net tightened around LiveDoor's leadership. On January 23rd, Takafumi Hori, along with 3 other company officials, was arrested on charges of securities fraud. The arrests marked a dramatic fall from grace for Hori, who had been celebrated as a maverick willing to challenge Japan's corporate status quo. The scandal not only tarnished LiveDoor's reputation, but also sent shockwaves through Japan's financial markets, leading to increased scrutiny of corporate practices and a re-evaluation of regulatory frameworks. The LiveDoor incident underscored the vulnerabilities within Japan's financial system and highlighted the need for more stringent oversight. It also sparked a national conversation about corporate ethics, transparency, and the balance between innovation and regulation. The repercussions of the scandal were felt for years, influencing policy reforms and reshaping the landscape of Japanese corporate governance. In the broader context, the LiveDoor scandal served as a cautionary tale about the perils of rapid corporate expansion without adequate checks and balances. It emphasized the importance of maintaining ethical standards and the critical role of regulatory bodies in safeguarding market integrity. The events of January 2006 remain a pivotal chapter in Japan's corporate history, illustrating the complex interplay between ambition, ethics, and the law. As the investigation into LiveDoor intensified, the public and media became fixated on Takafumi Hori's meteoric rise and subsequent downfall. Hori had been a controversial figure even before the scandal. Unlike Japan's traditional corporate executives, who often exuded modesty and adhered to conservative business practices, Hori was brash, outspoken, and unafraid to challenge the establishment. He flaunted his wealth, wore casual clothing instead of business suits, and frequently clashed with Japan's old-guard business leaders. He represented a new wave of entrepreneurs who sought to break away from Japan's rigid corporate culture, and for a while, many admired him for it. But with the allegations against him mounting, the perception of Hori shifted rapidly. What had once been seen as ambition was now interpreted as reckless greed. What had once been considered innovation was now scrutinized as deception. The media painted him as a symbol of corporate excess and dishonesty, a man who had manipulated the stock market for personal gain. The raids, the market chaos, and the suicide of Hideaki Noguchi only added to the perception that something deeply corrupt had been taking place behind the scenes at LiveDoor. The charges against Hori and his associates centered on securities fraud and accounting irregularities. Prosecutors accused LiveDoor of artificially inflating its earnings by using a network of subsidiaries to create the illusion of higher revenue. Essentially, LiveDoor had allegedly been engaging in window dressing, a practice where companies manipulate their financial statements to make their performance appear better than it actually was. The company had also been accused of issuing misleading press releases to investors, falsely claiming to have acquired businesses when, in reality, no such acquisitions had taken place. The fallout from the scandal was immediate and far-reaching. The Tokyo Stock Exchange, TSE, still recovering from the effects of the Asian financial crisis years earlier, was thrown into turmoil. The panic selling of LiveDoor shares quickly spread to other stocks, triggering a market-wide downturn. Investors, both institutional and retail, saw their holdings plummet in value. Many smaller investors, who had placed their faith in Hori's vision of a new corporate Japan, suffered significant financial losses. Regulators, too, faced mounting criticism. How had a company as large and influential as LiveDoor been allowed to operate this way for so long? Why had authorities not acted sooner? The Financial Services Agency, FSA, and the Tokyo Stock Exchange scrambled to reassure investors that Japan's markets were still trustworthy. New regulations were introduced in the wake of the scandal, aimed at improving transparency and preventing similar incidents in the future. Meanwhile, in court, Hori maintained his innocence. He denied the charges against him, claiming that he had done nothing illegal and that he was being targeted by the Japanese establishment because of his unorthodox approach to business. He argued that LiveDoor's accounting practices were no different from those used by many other companies, and that he was being singled out unfairly. His legal team attempted to portray him as a victim of Japan's conservative business culture, which, they claimed, was resistant to change and sought to punish those who challenged the status quo. However, the evidence against Hori and his associates was substantial. Prosecutors presented financial documents, emails, and testimonies from former employees, all of which suggested that fraudulent activity had taken place within LiveDoor. Witnesses described a corporate culture where deception was encouraged, where profits were prioritized over ethics, and where those who questioned the company's practices were pushed aside. As the trial progressed, it became clear that Hori was unlikely to escape conviction. The Japanese legal system has a high conviction rate, particularly in cases involving financial crimes. The prosecution argued that allowing Hori to walk free would send the wrong message to other corporations and undermine confidence in Japan's financial markets. They pushed for a strong sentence, one that would serve as a warning to other executives who might be tempted to engage in similar fraudulent practices. For many observers, the LiveDoor scandal was not just about one man's downfall. It was a turning point in Japan's corporate landscape. The case highlighted the need for stricter oversight and accountability in financial markets. It also raised broader questions about the nature of Japan's economy. Was the country ready to embrace a new, more aggressive style of business, or would the old ways continue to dominate? At the same time, some remained sympathetic to Hori. They saw him as a disruptor, someone who had dared to challenge Japan's rigid business traditions and had paid the price for it. His supporters argued that while he may have made mistakes, his vision for a more dynamic and competitive corporate environment was something Japan desperately needed. By the time the trial neared its conclusion, public interest in the case had reached a fever pitch. News outlets provided constant coverage, analyzing every twist and turn of the proceedings. The outcome of the case would not only determine Hori's fate, but would also set a precedent for how Japan handled corporate fraud moving forward. The country was watching closely, waiting to see how justice would be served. As the trial of Takafumi Hori drew to a close, the courtroom was packed with reporters, legal experts, and members of the public eager to witness the fate of one of Japan's most controversial business figures. The prosecution had built a damning case against him, arguing that LiveDoor's financial practices were not just aggressive but outright fraudulent. They presented evidence showing how LiveDoor had manipulated stock prices through misleading press releases, and how the company had used a complex web of subsidiaries to fabricate revenue. The prosecution sought a strong sentence, emphasizing that white-collar crime, especially one that had rocked the stock market and caused massive investor losses, must be punished severely to maintain public trust in Japan's financial system. Hori, however, remained defiant. Even as the trial progressed and the weight of the evidence against him became overwhelming, he refused to admit wrongdoing. His defense team argued that LiveDoor had not engaged in fraud, but had merely used accounting strategies common in Western companies. They contended that Hori was being persecuted not for any actual crime, but for his unorthodox approach to business and his open defiance of Japan's corporate traditions. They claimed that Japan's financial elite had been waiting for an opportunity to bring him down, and the LiveDoor scandal had provided the perfect excuse. But the public sentiment had shifted. While some still viewed Hori as a maverick who had been unfairly targeted, many others saw him as the embodiment of unchecked greed. The LiveDoor scandal had led to widespread financial losses, affecting not only wealthy investors but also ordinary people who had placed their trust in Hori's vision. Many saw his refusal to take responsibility as further proof of his arrogance. In March 2007, the court delivered its verdict. Hori was found guilty of securities fraud and sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. While the sentence was lighter than what the prosecution had sought, it was still a significant punishment, signaling that Japan's judiciary was willing to take a firm stance against corporate crime. The other Live Door executives who had been charged alongside him also received prison sentences, though some were given suspended sentences. The conviction sent shockwaves through Japan's business community. For years, corporate scandals had often been dealt with quietly, with executives resigning in disgrace but rarely facing legal consequences. Hori's imprisonment marked a turning point. It was a clear message that even the most high-profile figures would be held accountable if they broke the law. The case also led to increased scrutiny of corporate governance, with regulators implementing stricter rules to prevent similar financial manipulations in the future. In the aftermath of the verdict, Live Door collapsed. Once a rising star in Japan's tech industry, the company was delisted from the Tokyo Stock Exchange, and its assets were sold off. Employees who had once believed they were working for a company that would revolutionize the Japanese economy found themselves jobless. Investors who had placed their faith and their savings into Live Door's stock saw their money vanish. The name Live Door, which had once symbolized innovation and disruption, had now become synonymous with scandal and deceit. As for Hori, his fall from grace was swift and brutal. Once a media darling who appeared on television shows and magazine covers, he became a disgraced figure, his reputation irreparably damaged. He appealed his conviction, but his sentence was upheld, and in 2011 he began serving his prison term. For someone who had built his brand on defying authority, the reality of incarceration was a stark contrast to the lavish lifestyle he had once flaunted. Yet, even in disgrace, Hori remained a polarizing figure. While many saw his downfall as justified, others still admired his audacity. Some believed that his conviction had more to do with Japan's resistance to change than with actual criminality. They pointed to other corporate scandals where executives had escaped with lighter penalties and argued that Hori had been made an example of because he had dared to challenge the establishment. Despite everything, Hori refused to fade into obscurity. After completing his prison sentence, he attempted to rebuild his public image. He wrote books, gave interviews, and even launched new business ventures. Though he could never fully escape the shadow of the Live Door scandal, he remained a fixture in Japan's business world, still advocating for economic reform and entrepreneurialism. The Live Door scandal left a lasting impact on Japan's financial and corporate landscape. It prompted stronger regulations, greater oversight of publicly traded companies, and a shift in how corporate fraud was prosecuted. It also served as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition and the fine line between aggressive business tactics and outright criminality. For many in Japan, the case represented more than just the downfall of one businessman. It was a reflection of a broader struggle between old and new, tradition and innovation, integrity and greed. And though the name Live Door has long since disappeared from the stock market, its legacy continues to shape how Japan approaches corporate governance and financial regulation to this day. Story 5. In January 2006, Australia was confronted with a criminal case that highlighted the complexities of public health, personal responsibility, and the legal system's role in addressing the transmission of infectious diseases. The case centered on Andre Chad Parenzi, a 35-year-old man residing in Adelaide, South Australia. Parenzi was charged with endangering life after it was revealed that, despite being aware of his HIV-positive status, he had engaged in unprotected sexual intercourse with multiple women without disclosing his condition. This case not only brought to light the ethical and legal responsibilities of individuals living with communicable diseases, but also sparked a broader discussion on the intersection of criminal law and public health. Born in Cape Town, South Africa, Parenzi immigrated to Australia at the age of 15. Eventually settling in Port Pirie, a regional city in South Australia. He worked as a chef and led what appeared to be a typical life. However, beneath this facade lay a series of actions that would have profound consequences for himself and others. In September 1998, Parenzi was diagnosed with HIV. Despite being informed of his status and the associated risks of transmission, he chose not to disclose this information to his partners. Over the subsequent years, he engaged in unprotected sexual activities with several women, thereby exposing them to the virus. The case that brought him to the attention of law enforcement involved 3 women, referred to in court documents as Ms. KC, Ms. SMC, and Ms. JB. Ms. KC had been in a relationship with Parenzi since the early 1990s, and the couple had 2 children together. Unbeknownst to her, during their relationship, Parenzi contracted HIV. Following their separation in 2000, Parenzi began a relationship with Ms. SMC, with whom he also engaged in unprotected sex without disclosing his HIV status. In 2001, Ms. SMC tested positive for HIV, a diagnosis that led to significant personal and legal repercussions. The third woman, Ms. JB, had a brief relationship with Parenzi in 2004. She was later informed of his HIV-positive status by one of his previous partners. Although she tested negative for the virus, the emotional and psychological impact of the revelation was profound. In January 2006, Parenzi was brought to trial in the Supreme Court of South Australia. He faced 3 counts of endangering life, reflecting the serious nature of his actions. The prosecution argued that Parenzi's deliberate non-disclosure of his HIV status and his engagement in unprotected sex constituted a reckless disregard for the well-being of his partners. They emphasized that he had been fully aware of his condition and the risks associated with transmission, yet chose to prioritize his desires over the safety of others. The defense, however, presented a controversial argument. They challenged the very foundation of the charges by questioning the scientific consensus on HIV and AIDS. To support their claims, they called upon witnesses associated with the Perth Group, a faction known for its AIDS denialist views. These witnesses contended that there was no definitive proof that HIV existed, that it caused AIDS, or that it could be transmitted through sexual contact. This line of defense was met with significant skepticism, given the overwhelming global scientific consensus affirming the existence of HIV and its role in causing AIDS. The trial garnered substantial media attention, not only because of the nature of the offenses, but also due to the contentious arguments presented by the defense. Public health experts expressed concern that such claims could undermine decades of work in HIV/AIDS education and prevention. They feared that promoting misinformation could lead to increased stigma and potentially hinder individuals from seeking testing or treatment. As the trial progressed, the court heard testimonies from medical professionals who refuted the defense's claims. They provided evidence of the existence of HIV, its transmission pathways, and its role in the development of AIDS. The prosecution also presented personal accounts from the affected women, highlighting the profound impact of Parenzi's actions on their lives. In January 2006, the court found Parenzi guilty on all counts. The verdict was seen as a reaffirmation of the importance of personal responsibility and the duty to prevent harm to others, especially in matters concerning public health. The case underscored the legal obligations of individuals living with communicable diseases to disclose their status to potential partners and to take necessary precautions to prevent transmission. The Parenzi case had lasting implications for both the legal and public health communities in Australia. It highlighted the need for continued education on HIV/AIDS, the importance of destigmatizing the disease to encourage testing and treatment, and the role of the legal system in addressing cases where individuals knowingly place others at risk. The case also served as a reminder of the dangers of misinformation and the critical importance of relying on established scientific evidence in both legal proceedings and public discourse. In the years following the trial, efforts to raise awareness about HIV/AIDS intensified. Public health campaigns emphasized the importance of regular testing, safe sexual practices, and open communication between partners. The legal community also took note, recognizing the challenges in balancing individual rights with public safety. The Parenzi case became a reference point in discussions about the criminalization of disease transmission and the ethical considerations involved. Ultimately, the case served as a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of personal actions and public health. It underscored the responsibility each individual holds in safeguarding not only their own well-being, but also that of the broader community. The lessons learned from this case continue to inform policies, education, and legal frameworks aimed at preventing similar incidents in the future. The courtroom was tense as the prosecution meticulously laid out its case against Andre Chad Parenzi. They had built their argument on an undeniable foundation of medical evidence, witness testimonies, and the defendant's own reckless behavior over the years. The evidence painted a picture of a man who had knowingly engaged in dangerous and deceptive conduct, putting the lives of his sexual partners at risk without any consideration for their well-being. The key to the case was proving intent. Did Parenzi knowingly and willingly endanger these women, or was it a matter of ignorance and misunderstanding? The prosecution called upon several medical professionals who had treated Perenzi over the years. One of the doctors who had initially diagnosed him with HIV in 1998 took the stand. He detailed the counseling sessions Perenzi had undergone after receiving his diagnosis, explaining that Perenzi had been explicitly told about the nature of HIV, how it is transmitted, and the precautions he needed to take to prevent infecting others. The doctor emphasized that there was no ambiguity. Perenzi had been made fully aware of the consequences of engaging in unprotected sex. Yet, despite being given this information, he had proceeded to have sexual relationships with multiple women without telling them about his condition. To further establish the gravity of Perenzi's actions, the prosecution called upon one of the victims, Ms. SMC, who had contracted HIV as a direct result of her relationship with him. She was visibly emotional as she recounted her experience, describing how she had trusted Perenzi completely, never once suspecting that he was hiding such critical information from her. She had only discovered the truth after she started experiencing symptoms and went for medical testing. When she was diagnosed with HIV, she was devastated. She struggled to come to terms with the fact that the man she had loved had knowingly put her life at risk. Her testimony was one of the most powerful moments of the trial. The jury listened intently as she described the betrayal, the anger, and the deep sadness that had consumed her life since learning of her diagnosis. She spoke about the fear she now lived with, knowing that her health was permanently compromised. She detailed the impact on her mental and emotional well-being, the stigma she faced, and the countless medical appointments, medications, and treatments she now had to endure, all because of Perenzi's recklessness. The second victim, Ms. JB, also took the stand. While she had not contracted the virus, her testimony provided further insight into Perenzi's pattern of deception. She explained how she had been in a brief relationship with him in 2004, engaging in unprotected sex without any knowledge of his HIV-positive status. It was only later, through one of his previous partners, that she learned the truth. Although she had tested negative, she described the emotional turmoil she had gone through, the fear, the anxiety, and the sheer disbelief that someone she had trusted could have put her at such risk. The prosecution's case was strong, and the evidence seemed overwhelming. However, Perenzi's defense team attempted a highly unorthodox approach. Instead of arguing that Perenzi had simply made a mistake or had been careless, they went much further. They tried to cast doubt on the very existence of HIV. The defense's central argument was that HIV had never been definitively proven to cause AIDS, and that the entire medical consensus on the virus was based on flawed research. To support this claim, the defense called on witnesses from the Perth Group, a controversial faction known for denying the link between HIV and AIDS. These so-called experts argued that no study had ever successfully isolated the HIV virus, and that the tests used to diagnose it were unreliable. They suggested that what doctors were calling HIV was actually just a harmless protein found in the body, and that AIDS was caused by malnutrition, drug use, or other unrelated factors. This argument was met with immediate pushback from the prosecution, as well as from the scientific and medical community. Prosecutors called upon well-respected virologists and epidemiologists who systematically dismantled the defense's claims. They presented decades of research, countless studies, and irrefutable evidence proving not only the existence of HIV, but also its direct link to AIDS. The court was shown medical reports, electron microscope images of the virus, and testimonies from researchers who had dedicated their lives to studying it. The prosecution also highlighted how dangerous the defense's argument was. By promoting misinformation, the defense was not only attempting to exonerate Perenzi, but was also contributing to a broader public health crisis. If people believed these claims, they might avoid getting tested, refuse treatment, or engage in risky behavior under the false assumption that HIV was not a serious threat. The judge listened carefully to both sides, but it became increasingly clear that the defense's arguments were built on pseudoscience and conspiracy theories rather than credible evidence. While the court allowed the defense witnesses to present their case, their testimony was largely dismissed as unreliable and misleading. Meanwhile, Perenzi himself remained largely silent throughout the trial. When he did speak, he showed little remorse for his actions. He did not apologize to his victims, nor did he acknowledge the pain he had caused. Instead, he seemed more concerned with defending his own actions, portraying himself as a victim of a flawed medical system rather than a man who had knowingly endangered the lives of multiple women. As the trial continued, the weight of the evidence against him became undeniable. The prosecution demonstrated beyond any doubt that Perenzi had known about his HIV status, had been educated on how to prevent transmission, and had deliberately chosen to ignore those precautions. He had repeatedly lied to his partners, exposing them to a life-altering disease without their knowledge or consent. Public reaction to the case was intense. Media outlets covered the trial extensively, with many Australians expressing outrage over Perenzi's behavior. There was widespread support for a strong sentence, with many arguing that knowingly exposing others to a deadly virus was just as serious as any other violent crime. Some even called for stronger laws to ensure that individuals who knowingly spread communicable diseases face harsher penalties. In the final days of the trial, legal experts debated the broader implications of the case. Should individuals who knowingly spread diseases be charged with attempted murder? Should the law be changed to impose stricter punishments for those who engage in reckless endangerment of others? And most importantly, how could Australia's legal and public health systems work together to prevent cases like this from happening again? The prosecution rested its case, confident that they had proven beyond reasonable doubt that Andre Chad Perenzi was guilty. Now, it was up to the jury to decide his fate. The jury deliberated for hours, carefully reviewing the mountain of evidence presented against Andre Chad Perenzi. Every detail of the case had been laid bare. The medical records proving his HIV-positive status, the testimonies of the victims detailing their betrayal and suffering, and the reckless disregard he had shown for human life. The defense's attempt to undermine the scientific consensus on HIV had been a desperate and ultimately futile effort. The prosecution had dismantled those arguments with overwhelming evidence, and now it was simply a matter of waiting for the verdict. When the jury returned to the courtroom, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The judge asked the foreperson to stand, and the words that followed would determine the next chapter of Perenzi's life. Guilty on all counts. A collective silence fell over the room before hushed murmurs spread through the spectators. The victims, who had waited years for justice, let out sighs of relief, while others remained frozen, absorbing the reality of what had just happened. The weight of the verdict was immense, not only for Perenzi, but also for the broader conversation surrounding criminal responsibility in cases of disease transmission. The sentencing phase followed soon after. The prosecution pushed for a severe penalty, arguing that Perenzi had engaged in calculated, callous, and selfish behavior. They emphasized that his actions had irreversibly changed the lives of his victims, particularly Ms. SMC, who now faced a lifetime of medical treatment and uncertainty. The emotional scars of betrayal, the fear of social stigma, and the irreversible impact on her health were all factors the court needed to consider. In contrast, the defense attempted to secure leniency. They argued that Perenzi had not intended to harm his partners, that his failure to disclose his status was not an act of malice, but rather one of fear, denial, and ignorance. They highlighted that he had come from a difficult background, that he had struggled with personal issues, and that he was not beyond redemption. But these arguments rang hollow in the face of the devastation he had caused. Before delivering the sentence, the judge addressed the courtroom. His words were firm and deliberate. "Mr. Perenzi, this court finds your actions to be of the utmost recklessness. You were given knowledge that placed the lives of others in your hands, and rather than act with responsibility and integrity, you chose deception and selfishness. Your conduct has irreparably harmed those who trusted you, and the consequences of your choices cannot be undone. This court must send a clear message that such disregard for human life will not be tolerated." The sentence was delivered. Perenzi was to serve a total of 15 years in prison, with a non-parole period of 9 years. It was one of the longest sentences ever given in Australia for knowingly transmitting HIV, and it set a precedent for future cases of similar nature. The verdict sent ripples through legal and public health communities. Advocacy groups hailed it as a victory for victims' rights, arguing that it reinforced the importance of accountability in cases of willful disease transmission. Others, however, raised concerns about the implications of criminalizing health conditions. Some legal experts debated whether a prison sentence was the most effective means of addressing cases like Perenzi's, arguing that public health measures, education, and increased access to HIV treatment and counseling might be more effective in the long run. The case also sparked renewed discussions about the stigma surrounding HIV. While the trial had successfully held Perenzi accountable, there was a growing concern that it might also reinforce the fear and shame that often prevented individuals from seeking testing and treatment. Health organizations emphasized the importance of distinguishing between cases of intentional harm and those of individuals who struggled with disclosure due to societal stigma. The balance between public safety and compassion remained a complex and ongoing debate. In the years following his conviction, Perenzi attempted multiple appeals, arguing that the verdict had been based on flawed science and that his trial had been unfairly biased. Each time, his appeals were rejected. The courts maintained that the evidence against him was overwhelming and that the danger he had posed to his victims had been undeniable. Meanwhile, his victims worked to rebuild their lives. Ms. SMC, despite her struggles, became an advocate for HIV awareness, using her experience to educate others about the importance of testing, treatment, and responsible disclosure. She worked with support groups, sharing her story in the hope of preventing similar tragedies from happening to others. Perenzi's case remained a landmark moment in Australian legal history. It was cited in subsequent cases involving the criminal transmission of HIV and other serious communicable diseases. It prompted discussions about how the law should evolve to address the ethical and medical complexities of such cases, ensuring that justice was served while also promoting a more informed and responsible society. In prison, Perenzi faded from public attention. The man who once thought he could evade responsibility for his actions now faced the full consequences of his choices. The world outside moved on, but the lessons from his case endured, etched into legal textbooks, public health policies, and the lives of those he had harmed. Justice had been served, but the scars remained. Story 6. In January 2006, the city of Richmond, Virginia, was shaken by a series of brutal murders that would later be known as the Richmond Spree Killings. Over a span of 7 days, 7 individuals lost their lives in 2 separate incidents that left the community in shock and law enforcement in a frantic search for the perpetrators. The first incident occurred on New Year's Day, January 1st, 2006. The Harvey family, Brian, his wife Catherine, and their 2 young daughters, Stella and Ruby, were found murdered in their South Richmond home. Brian Harvey was a well-known local musician, and Catherine co-owned a popular toy store in the area. The discovery of their bodies sent shockwaves through the community, as the family was beloved by many. The crime scene was horrific. The family had been bound, gagged, and their throats were slashed. The house was then set on fire in an apparent attempt to destroy evidence. Investigators were initially baffled, as there were no immediate suspects or clear motives. The brutality of the crime suggested a level of violence that was both personal and calculated, yet the Harveys were known to have no enemies. Just days later, on January 6th, another gruesome discovery was made. In a home in Richmond's South Side, the bodies of Ashley Baskerville, her mother Mary Tucker, and stepfather Percyle Tucker were found. Similar to the Harvey case, the victims had been bound and suffocated, and the house showed signs of ransacking. The similarities between the 2 cases led investigators to believe they were dealing with the same perpetrators. The Richmond Police Department, along with state and federal agencies, launched an intensive investigation. Tips from the public began to pour in, and soon, 2 individuals emerged as prime suspects: Ricky Javon Gray and Ray Joseph Dandridge. Gray and Dandridge were both recently released felons with a history of violent crimes. They were also cousins, and their movements around the time of the murders placed them in Richmond. Gray and Dandridge were apprehended in Philadelphia on January 7, 2006. Upon their arrest, they confessed to the murders, providing chilling details of their crimes. They revealed that the motive was primarily robbery, but the level of violence used was shockingly excessive. In the case of the Harvey family, Gray and Dandridge had entered the home under the pretense of asking for directions. Once inside, they subdued the family, looted the house, and then committed the murders. The confessions also uncovered a broader pattern of violence. Gray admitted to additional murders in Pennsylvania, and both men were implicated in other violent crimes across multiple states. The sheer scale of their crime spree was staggering, painting a picture of 2 individuals who embarked on a path of destruction with little regard for human life. The legal proceedings that followed were closely watched by the public. In 2006, Gray was convicted of capital murder and sentenced to death. Dandridge received life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The severity of their sentences reflected the heinous nature of their crimes and the impact on the Richmond community. The Richmond Spree Killings left an indelible mark on the city. Memorials were held for the victims, and the community came together to mourn the loss of innocent lives. The case also prompted discussions on the criminal justice system, particularly concerning the rehabilitation and monitoring of released felons. In the years following the murders, the families of the victims have worked to preserve the memories of their loved ones. Brian Harvey's music continues to be celebrated, and Catherine's toy store remains a cherished part of the community. The tragedy also led to increased awareness and initiatives aimed at preventing such senseless acts of violence in the future. The Richmond spree killings serve as a somber reminder of the fragility of life and the unpredictable nature of human violence. The events of January 2006 will forever be etched in the collective memory of Richmond, a city that continues to heal from the wounds inflicted during that dark period. As investigators delve deeper into the details of the Richmond spree killings, the horrifying extent of Ricky Javon Gray and Ray Joseph Dandridge's crimes became apparent. The confessions given by the two men painted a chilling portrait of senseless violence, carried out with cold-blooded efficiency. What stood out most to authorities was not just the brutality of the murders, but the lack of remorse displayed by the perpetrators. Gray, in particular, emerged as the more sadistic of the two. During his confession, he admitted that the killings had begun much earlier than New Year's Day 2006. In fact, his killing spree started in Pennsylvania, where he murdered his own family members. On November 5, 2005, Gray had beaten his wife, Treva Gray, to death with a pipe while high on PCP. He later claimed that he did so because she had been annoying him. The shocking lack of emotion with which he recounted this act sent shivers down the spines of investigators. From that moment on, it seemed as though Gray had lost any regard for human life. He soon joined forces with his cousin Dandridge, who had also been recently released from prison. The pair began traveling, committing robberies, and escalating their violence along the way. By the time they arrived in Richmond in late December 2005, they were already prepared to take lives without a second thought. The Harvey family's murder was particularly gruesome. According to Gray's confession, he and Dandridge had been looking for an easy target when they spotted the Harveys' open garage door on the morning of January 1, 2006. Thinking it would be a simple home invasion, they entered under the pretense of asking for directions. However, once inside, Gray said something changed in him. He decided they couldn't leave any witnesses. Brian and Catherine Harvey, along with their two young daughters, were bound and gagged. The men ransacked the home, taking whatever valuables they could find. But then, Gray methodically began executing the family. First, he attacked Brian and Catherine, slashing their throats. Then he turned to the children, 6-year-old Stella and 4-year-old Ruby, and did the same. To further conceal the crime, Gray and Dandridge set fire to the home before fleeing. The scene left behind was one of unimaginable horror. When authorities arrived after neighbors reported smoke coming from the home, they were met with a gruesome sight. The fire had failed to fully consume the bodies, leaving behind evidence that pointed to a deliberate and brutal act of murder rather than an accidental blaze. The Richmond community was devastated. The Harveys were well known and well loved. Brian, a talented musician, had been part of a successful band. Catherine, who co-owned the local toy store, had brought joy to many children. The murders were incomprehensible, and people struggled to understand how such an act of evil could be committed against such a kind and innocent family. But the terror was far from over. Just 5 days later, on January 6th, Gray and Dandridge struck again. This time, their targets were Mary Tucker, Prevail Tucker, and their daughter, Ashley Baskerville. Unlike the Harveys, the Tuckers and Ashley were not entirely unknown to the killers. Ashley Baskerville was actually dating Dandridge at the time, and had allegedly acted as a lookout for the two men during previous robberies. However, her loyalty did not spare her from their brutality. In what authorities believe may have been a premeditated act to eliminate a loose end, Gray and Dandridge entered the Tuckers' home and quickly subdued everyone inside. Just as they had done days earlier, they bound and gagged the victims before looting the house. Prevail and Mary Tucker were suffocated to death with plastic bags over their heads, while Ashley was strangled with a belt. Investigators were stunned at how methodical and remorseless the killings were. It was as if Gray and Dandridge had developed a routine, a process of murder that they executed without hesitation. The speed with which they escalated from one killing to the next suggested that they were fully prepared to continue indefinitely, had they not been caught. When news of the second massacre broke, the city of Richmond went into full panic mode. Two families, both slaughtered in the span of a week, with no clear explanation as to why. The randomness of the attacks heightened fears, and law enforcement faced mounting pressure to catch those responsible before more lives were lost. Detectives worked tirelessly, connecting the dots between the two cases. The similarities in method, binding, suffocation, and arson, led them to suspect a single group of killers. The break in the case came when a tip was received that Gray and Dandridge had been seen in the area around the time of the murders. Surveillance footage from a nearby store confirmed their presence in Richmond, and once their backgrounds were checked, police realized they were dealing with two ex-convicts with violent histories. Authorities tracked the two men to Philadelphia, where they were arrested on January 7th. It didn't take long for the confessions to come. Gray, in particular, seemed eerily eager to talk about what he had done. He detailed the killings with a disturbing level of detachment, describing how he had felt no remorse at any point. The trial that followed was one of the most high-profile in Virginia's history. Prosecutors painted Gray and Dandridge as ruthless killers who had taken innocent lives purely for their own gratification. The evidence against them was overwhelming, from DNA at the crime scenes to their own chilling admissions. The families of the victims sat in the courtroom, listening to the gruesome details of how their loved ones had been taken from them. In 2006, Gray was sentenced to death for the murders of the Harvey family. Dandridge received a life sentence without parole for his role in the crimes. Though justice had been served in the legal sense, the scars left on the community would never fully heal. The tragedy of the Richmond spree killings was not just in the loss of life, but in the sheer senselessness of it all. The Harveys, the Tuckers, and Ashley Baskerville had done nothing to deserve their fate. They had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, victims of two men who had decided that human life meant nothing to them. In the aftermath of the Richmond spree killings, the city of Richmond struggled to come to terms with the sheer brutality of what had occurred. It wasn't just the number of lives lost, but the senseless nature of the murders that haunted the community. These were not killings driven by deep personal vendettas or gang violence. These were random, calculated acts of cruelty inflicted upon innocent families simply because the killers had the opportunity. The impact of the murders was far-reaching. The Harvey family had been beloved members of the community. Brian Harvey was more than just a musician. He had been part of the cultural fabric of Richmond, someone whose music had brought joy to many. His wife, Catherine, had been a well-respected small business owner, co-owning a toy store that had become a cherished place for local families. Their daughters, Stella and Ruby, had their whole lives ahead of them, but in one monstrous act, their futures were stolen. The Tuckers and Ashley Baskerville were another family whose lives were cut short in a similarly horrific fashion. Mary and Priscilla Tucker were hard-working and well-respected, and Ashley, though caught in a dangerous crowd, had not deserved the fate that met her at the hands of people she had trusted. As the trials of Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge approached, the victims' families and the Richmond community sought closure, but the deep wounds left by the killings made healing difficult. The evidence against the killers was overwhelming. Gray's confessions alone would have been enough to convict him, but forensic evidence also linked him to the scenes. The brutality of the crimes, combined with Gray's utter lack of remorse, left little doubt in the minds of the jury. Gray was convicted and sentenced to death in 2006. The death penalty was seen by many as the only fitting punishment for someone who had taken so many innocent lives without hesitation. Dandridge, while equally complicit, was not seen as the primary instigator and was given life without parole. Despite the conviction and sentencing, the families of the victims still struggled to understand why. Why had Gray and Dandridge chosen these particular homes? Why had they gone beyond robbery and chosen to slaughter entire families? There were no satisfying answers. Gray himself provided none, only chilling admissions of how easy it had been for him to kill. As the years passed, efforts were made to keep the memories of the victims alive. Catherine's toy store remained open, continuing to bring joy to children, just as she had always wanted. Brian Harvey's music was celebrated by friends and fellow musicians, ensuring that his legacy would not be forgotten. The city of Richmond held vigils, memorials, and community events to honor the lives lost, and to strengthen the bonds of the people who had been affected by the tragedy. But the shadow of the murders still lingered. The brutality of the killings had left an imprint not just on Richmond, but on the entire country. The case was widely reported, drawing national attention to issues of parole, prison rehabilitation, and how the justice system handled violent offenders. For years, Gray remained on death row, appealing his sentence multiple times. His execution date was pushed back repeatedly as legal battles continued. Some argued against the death penalty, citing issues with capital punishment, while others, particularly the families of the victims, wanted to see justice fully carried out. On January 18, 2017, more than a decade after the murders, Ricky Gray was executed by lethal injection at the Greensville Correctional Center in Virginia. His final words were brief, and he offered no apology for the lives he had taken. For some, his execution brought a sense of closure. For others, it did little to ease the pain of what had been lost. The families of the Harveys, the Tuckers, and Ashley Baskerville would never get their loved ones back. No punishment could undo what had been done. The Richmond spree killings remain one of the most horrifying crime sprees in Virginia's history. The randomness of the attacks, the sheer brutality, and the loss of not just adults but young children shook the community to its core. While justice was served, the scars left behind would never fully heal. Even years later, when people speak of the Harvey family or the Tuckers, there is a quiet sadness. Their names are not forgotten. Their memories live on in those who knew and loved them. But there is also an underlying lesson, one that reminds the world of the devastating consequences of unchecked violence and of the importance of vigilance in ensuring that such horrors never happen again. Story 7. In January 2006, a tragic event unfolded in Hopkinton, Massachusetts, that would captivate national attention and leave a community in mourning. On January 20, 2006, the bodies of 27-year-old Rachel Entwistle and her 9-month-old daughter, Lillian, were discovered in their home. Both had been shot to death in what initially appeared to be a murder-suicide. However, as investigators delved deeper into the case, a more sinister narrative began to emerge. Rachel and Lillian were found in the master bedroom of their home. Rachel had been shot in the head, and Lillian had been shot in the abdomen. A .22 caliber firearm was found near Rachel's body, leading some to speculate that she had taken her own life after killing her daughter. However, those who knew Rachel found this scenario implausible, describing her as a devoted mother who adored her child. Neil Entwistle, Rachel's husband and Lillian's father, was notably absent when the bodies were discovered. He had reportedly left the country, returning to his native England shortly after the murders. This raised immediate suspicions among law enforcement officials. Further investigation revealed that Neil had been struggling with significant financial difficulties. Despite portraying himself as a successful computer consultant, records indicated that he was unemployed and deeply in debt. As detectives pieced together the timeline, they learned that Neil had purchased a one-way ticket to England on January 21st, just one day after the murders. He had made no attempt to contact authorities or inform them of his family's deaths. Instead, he had sought refuge with his parents in Worksop, Nottinghamshire. This behavior further fueled suspicions of his involvement in the crime. Investigators also uncovered evidence of Neil's infidelity. He had been frequenting online escort services and had engaged in explicit communications with multiple women. This discovery painted a picture of a man leading a double life, one that was far removed from the image of a loving husband and father he had projected. The case against Neil Entwistle continued to build as forensic evidence was analyzed. Gunshot residue was found on his clothing, and his fingerprints were discovered on the firearm used in the murders. Ballistic tests confirmed that the weapon had been taken from his father-in-law's collection, which Neil had access to. Additionally, computer records showed that Neil had conducted internet searches on how to kill someone and how to commit suicide in the days leading up to the murders. Armed with this mounting evidence, authorities issued an international arrest warrant for Neil Entwistle. He was apprehended by British police on February 9, 2006, and subsequently extradited to the United States to face charges of first-degree murder. The trial began in June 2008, with the prosecution presenting a compelling case that Neil had killed his wife and daughter to escape his financial woes and personal failures. Throughout the trial, Neil maintained his innocence, claiming that he had discovered his wife and daughter dead upon returning home and had fled to England out of fear and shock. However, the jury was unconvinced. After deliberating for less than 2 days, they found him guilty on all counts. Neil Entwistle was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, bringing a measure of justice to the tragic deaths of Rachel and Lillian. The Entwistle case remains a haunting reminder of the hidden struggles that can exist behind closed doors and the devastating consequences that can result when those struggles spiral out of control. As the investigation into the murders of Rachel and Lillian Entwistle progressed, law enforcement officials meticulously reconstructed the timeline of events leading up to the tragic discovery. They began by examining Neil Entwistle's movements and behavior both before and after the killings, hoping to find a clearer picture of his involvement. Rachel and Lillian were last seen alive on the morning of January 20th, 2006. The Entwistles had moved into their Hopkinton, Massachusetts home only 10 days earlier, seemingly ready to start the next chapter of their lives as a family. However, behind the walls of their newly purchased house, financial troubles, deception, and desperation loomed. Investigators uncovered that Neil had made numerous online searches in the weeks prior to the murders. His browsing history contained disturbing queries about killing methods, including how to shoot someone and how to commit suicide painlessly. While Neil would later claim these searches had been misinterpreted, forensic experts confirmed that they had been conducted from his personal laptop, further cementing suspicions that he had been planning something sinister. Another significant breakthrough in the case came when detectives discovered that the .22 caliber handgun used in the killings had been taken from Rachel's parents' home in Carver, Massachusetts. The gun belonged to Rachel's stepfather, Joseph Matarazzo, an avid gun owner who kept his weapons securely locked away. When investigators asked him about the gun, he was shocked to learn that it had been used in a murder. He had not given anyone permission to use it, nor had he noticed it was missing until the police asked him to check his collection. Forensic analysis of the firearm revealed Neil's fingerprints, and gunshot residue was found on items belonging to him. This discovery dismantled the initial suggestion that Rachel had killed Lillian before turning the gun on herself. Instead, it became evident that Neil had obtained the weapon from his in-laws' home and used it to kill his wife and daughter before fleeing. The chilling timeline suggested that on the morning of January 20th, after Rachel had woken up and begun tending to Lillian, Neil took the gun and carried out the murders. Rachel was shot in the head at close range while lying in bed, a single bullet ending her life instantly. Lillian, still in her mother's arms, was shot next. The baby, only 9 months old, had no way to comprehend what was happening, making the act even more incomprehensible in its cruelty. After committing the murders, Neil took careful steps to cover his tracks. He wrapped the bodies in blankets and turned up the thermostat, likely to accelerate decomposition and mask the smell of death. He then shut off his cell phone and left the house. Surveillance footage would later capture him at Logan International Airport, purchasing a one-way ticket to England. Neil's abrupt departure from the U.S. raised immediate red flags. Friends and family were confused by his absence, and when authorities attempted to contact him, he was unresponsive. He had made no effort to report his wife and child missing or to check on their welfare. Instead, he had flown back to Worksop, Nottinghamshire, where he sought refuge with his parents. While Neil was attempting to lay low in England, concerned relatives in Massachusetts began to worry. Rachel's mother, Priscilla Matarazzo, had been trying to reach her daughter for days with no response. Growing more alarmed, she contacted the Hopkinton police and requested a welfare check. On January 22, 2006, 2 officers arrived at the Entwistle home. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss. The house was locked, and there were no immediate signs of forced entry or struggle. However, when officers entered the residence, a chilling silence greeted them. Moving through the house, they eventually reached the master bedroom, where they made a horrifying discovery. Rachel and Lillian lay motionless in bed, their bodies partially covered by a blanket. At first, the scene was eerily peaceful. There was no visible blood, no evidence of a struggle. But as the officers drew closer, they saw the gunshot wounds and the unmistakable signs of death. The discovery of the bodies sent shockwaves through the small community of Hopkinton. The town, known for its tight-knit population and picturesque New England charm, was not a place where violent crime was expected, let alone a crime of this magnitude. Investigators immediately focused on finding Neil Entwistle. While he was already their prime suspect due to his sudden disappearance, they needed concrete evidence to secure an arrest. They worked with British authorities to locate him, and on February 9, 2006, less than 3 weeks after the murders, Neil was arrested in London. At the time of his arrest, Neil showed no visible signs of distress. He was composed, even indifferent, as he was taken into custody. His demeanor further alarmed investigators, who expected a grieving husband and father to be distraught, confused, or eager to prove his innocence. Instead, Neil was calm, almost detached, raising even more suspicions about his guilt. During interrogations, Neil provided an alternate version of events, one that seemed implausible given the evidence against him. He claimed that on the morning of January 20th, He had gone out to run errands and returned home to find Rachel and Lillian dead. Terrified and in shock, he panicked and fled to England rather than alerting the police. Authorities found his explanation dubious. If he had truly discovered his wife and daughter murdered, why hadn't he called for help? Why had he not informed anyone, not even Rachel's family, about their deaths? Why had he immediately fled the country instead of staying to cooperate with law enforcement? Further damning evidence against Neil emerged from his financial records. Investigators uncovered that Neil had accumulated significant debt and had been living well beyond his means. Despite telling Rachel's family that he was a successful entrepreneur, he had no steady job and had maxed out multiple credit cards. Neil had also been frequenting escort websites, engaging in explicit conversations with other women, while still portraying himself as a loving husband to Rachel. His financial struggles, coupled with his secretive behavior, painted a picture of a man desperate for an escape from his responsibilities. Prosecutors later argued that Neil had killed his wife and daughter because he saw them as obstacles to his fantasy of an affluent, carefree life. With Rachel gone, he could reinvent himself, shed his financial burdens, and start over. But his hasty and ill-conceived escape plan had only ensured his downfall. As Neil awaited extradition back to the U.S., the case against him continued to build. The evidence was overwhelming. His fingerprints on the murder weapon, the gunshot residue on his clothing, his internet searches, his sudden flight, and his financial motive. The extradition process was swift, and by mid-February, Neil was back in Massachusetts, facing first-degree murder charges. The trial that awaited him would be one of the most highly publicized in the state's history, drawing intense media scrutiny and public outrage. As Rachel's family grieved and prepared for the legal battle ahead, the town of Hopkinton mourned the loss of a young mother and her innocent child. The tragedy had shattered the illusion of safety, reminding everyone that even in the quietest communities, darkness could lurk behind closed doors. The trial of Neil Entwistle began in June 2008, more than 2 years after the tragic murders of Rachel and Lillian. The courtroom was packed with reporters, legal experts, and members of Rachel's family, all of whom sought justice for the 2 lives so cruelly taken. The case had captured national and international attention, not only because of the brutal nature of the crime, but also because of Neil's background. A British man who had come to America under the guise of starting a new life, only to leave behind devastation and heartbreak. From the outset, the prosecution built a compelling case against Neil, painting him as a manipulative man living a double life. They presented forensic evidence linking him to the crime scene, including gunshot residue found on his clothing and the fingerprints on the .22 caliber firearm used in the killings. Ballistics confirmed that the gun had come from Rachel's stepfather's collection, making it unlikely that an unknown intruder had somehow obtained it. The prosecution also introduced Neil's internet search history, which included disturbing queries about how to kill someone and commit suicide, searches conducted in the weeks leading up to the murders. Neil's financial records were also scrutinized, revealing that he was deeply in debt and had no legitimate source of income. While he had portrayed himself as a successful entrepreneur, in reality, he was unemployed and struggling to maintain the illusion of wealth. Prosecutors argued that Neil saw Rachel and Lillian as burdens standing in the way of his desired lifestyle, a belief that ultimately led him to commit the unthinkable. One of the most damning pieces of evidence came from the timeline of events. Neil had claimed that he discovered Rachel and Lillian dead and, in his panic, fled to England. However, phone records and flight information contradicted his story. Instead of calling 911, he had purchased a one-way ticket and left the country without telling anyone what had happened. When authorities finally tracked him down in England, he showed no signs of grief or concern, only a calculated indifference that disturbed even seasoned investigators. The defense, however, tried to introduce an alternative narrative. Neil's attorneys claimed that their client had indeed found his wife and daughter murdered, but had fled out of fear and shock. They suggested that Rachel, suffering from postpartum depression, may have killed Lillian before turning the gun on herself. They also attempted to challenge the reliability of the forensic evidence, arguing that gunshot residue could have transferred onto Neil's clothing in other ways. However, their arguments were weak in the face of overwhelming evidence. The prosecution countered that Rachel had no history of depression, let alone suicidal tendencies. Friends and family members testified that she was a loving mother who doted on Lillian and had been excited about their new home. Her loved ones dismissed the suggestion that she would harm her baby, calling the idea absurd and offensive. Furthermore, medical examiners pointed out key inconsistencies in the defense's theory. The position of the bodies, the nature of the wounds, and the lack of defensive injuries all indicated that Rachel had been murdered in her sleep. If she had truly committed suicide, the gun would have been found closer to her body. Instead, it had been carefully placed aside, suggesting an attempt to stage the scene. As the trial progressed, the weight of the evidence against Neil became insurmountable. The prosecution called multiple witnesses to testify about his character, including former colleagues and acquaintances who described him as deceitful and obsessed with projecting an image of success. His use of escort services and explicit online activity further painted him as a man detached from his responsibilities as a husband and father. Rachel's family sat through every grueling moment of the trial, listening as the details of her final moments were laid bare. Priscilla Matarazzo, Rachel's mother, was visibly emotional as prosecutors showed photos of the crime scene and played recordings of Neil's police interviews. The loss of her daughter and granddaughter had left a void that could never be filled, and she made it clear that she wanted the man responsible to pay the ultimate price. After weeks of testimony, the case was finally handed over to the jury. Deliberations lasted less than 2 days, a reflection of the prosecution's airtight case. On June 25, 2008, the jury returned with their verdict: guilty on all counts of first-degree murder. Neil Entwistle, the man who had once convinced an entire community that he was a loving husband and father, was now convicted of the brutal killings of his wife and child. The sentencing phase was swift. Massachusetts law dictated that a first-degree murder conviction carried a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. The judge, addressing Neil directly, expressed his disgust at the crime, calling it a cold and calculated act of betrayal. As he handed down the life sentence, Neil remained emotionless, showing no visible reaction. For Rachel's family, the verdict was a bittersweet victory. While nothing could bring back Rachel and Lillian, there was solace in knowing that justice had been served. Outside the courthouse, Priscilla spoke to reporters, saying, "We miss them every single day, but at least we know the man who took them from us will never walk free again." In the years that followed, Neil made several attempts to appeal his conviction, but each one was rejected. The courts found no merit in his claims of an unfair trial or mishandled evidence. He remained incarcerated, serving out his life sentence in a Massachusetts correctional facility. The Entwistle case left a lasting mark on Hopkinton, a quiet town that had been shaken to its core by the senseless tragedy. It served as a grim reminder that even those who appear to have perfect lives can harbor dark secrets, and that sometimes the greatest dangers come from the people we trust the most. Though time passed, Rachel and Lillian were never forgotten. Their family continued to honor their memory, sharing stories of Rachel's kindness and Lillian's innocent smile. They became symbols of a tragedy that should never have happened, a reminder of the devastating consequences of greed, deception, and selfishness. Story 8. In February 2006, a significant legal case unfolded in the United States that tested the boundaries of internet freedom and the definition of obscenity. Karen Fletcher, a 56-year-old woman from Donora, Pennsylvania, was indicted on 6 counts of distributing obscene materials over the internet. Her case, United States versus Karen Fletcher, would become a focal point in discussions about the First Amendment and the regulation of online content. Fletcher operated a website called Red Rose Stories, where she posted fictional narratives depicting the molestation, torture, and murder of young children. Access to the site required a $10 monthly subscription fee, and at the time of the indictment, it had 29 subscribers. Unlike typical obscenity cases that involve visual depictions, Fletcher's case was unique in that it centered solely on written text. The indictment, filed by U.S. Attorney Mary Beth Buchanan, alleged that Fletcher's stories violated federal obscenity laws. Buchanan stated, "Obscene material is not protected by the First Amendment, and the law is clear on that." She further described the content as extremely egregious and as patently offensive as material possibly could be. Fletcher's defense attorneys argued that her writings, while disturbing, were a form of personal expression and did not meet the legal definition of obscenity. They contended that the stories were comparable to scenes found in literature and media, citing examples such as Anthony Burgess's A Clockwork Orange and certain episodes of the television show South Park. Additionally, they highlighted that Fletcher charged a membership fee to access the site, indicating that she was not attempting to distribute the materials widely. The defense also emphasized Fletcher's personal history, noting that she had been sexually abused as a child and suffered from agoraphobia, a fear of public places. They argued that her writings were a form of catharsis, helping her cope with her traumatic past. In affidavits, Fletcher wrote, "I have always been afraid of monsters. The monsters in my life had always been real. For too long they were always there with unlimited access to me, and I was helpless to do anything about it. In my stories, I have created new monsters." The case garnered significant attention from First Amendment activists, who were concerned about the implications of prosecuting someone solely for written content. They argued that such a prosecution could set a dangerous precedent for censorship and infringe upon free speech rights. As the case progressed, Fletcher's health and mental state became central considerations. Her lawyers contended that she was not capable of enduring a trial due to her agoraphobia and other health issues. Facing the possibility of a lengthy prison sentence, Fletcher ultimately agreed to a plea bargain. In May 2008, she pleaded guilty to one count of distributing obscene materials. Under the terms of the agreement, she was sentenced to 5 years of probation, including 6 months of home detention, and was required to forfeit her computer. The resolution of United States versus Karen Fletcher left many questions unanswered. While the case did not go to trial and therefore did not set a legal precedent, it highlighted the complexities of regulating online content and balancing the enforcement of obscenity laws with the protection of free speech. It also underscored the challenges of addressing deeply personal and disturbing expressions that, while offensive to many, may serve as a coping mechanism for individuals grappling with past traumas. In the years following the case, discussions about the regulation of online content have only intensified, particularly with the rise of social media and user-generated content platforms. The Karen Fletcher case remains a poignant example of the delicate balance between protecting society from harmful materials and upholding the fundamental right to freedom of expression. The legal battle surrounding Karen Fletcher's case was unlike any other obscenity prosecution in U.S. history. While many past cases involved explicit visual depictions of sexual conduct, this case centered entirely on the written word. The question at the heart of the case was whether fictional text, no matter how disturbing, could be considered obscene under federal law. Fletcher's indictment under the same obscenity statutes that had historically been used against pornographic films and images raised serious concerns among legal experts, civil liberties groups, and free speech advocates. To understand the magnitude of this case, it is important to consider the legal framework of obscenity laws in the United States. The landmark 1973 Supreme Court case Miller v. California established a 3-part test for determining whether material is obscene. First, the material must appeal to the prurient interest according to contemporary community standards. Second, it must depict or describe sexual conduct in a patently offensive way as defined by law. Third, the work, taken as a whole, must lack serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Prosecutors argued that Fletcher's writings met all 3 criteria. They claimed her stories had no literary or artistic value, served no purpose beyond catering to deviant fantasies, and were so grotesque that they exceeded the bounds of what could be legally protected under the First Amendment. They emphasized that Fletcher had actively distributed the material to paying subscribers, making her work more than just a personal diary or a private expression of trauma. In their view, she had engaged in a commercial enterprise that facilitated the spread of obscene content. Fletcher's defense team fiercely contested these claims. They pointed out that written words alone had rarely, if ever, been the basis for an obscenity conviction. Most obscenity cases involved photographs, videos, or live performances, forms of media with a more direct impact on the senses. Literature, they argued, had long been afforded greater protection under the First Amendment, even when it dealt with controversial or disturbing themes. They cited classic works such as Lolita by Vladimir Nabokov and American Psycho by Bret Easton Ellis, both of which contained graphic depictions of criminal behavior, yet remained legally protected. Fletcher's attorneys also emphasized the deeply personal nature of her writing. They presented evidence that she had been sexually abused as a child and that her stories were a way of processing that trauma. Mental health professionals submitted reports stating that Fletcher suffered from severe agoraphobia, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and anxiety disorders, which had prevented her from leaving her house for years. Writing, they argued, was her primary form of emotional release. One of the most contentious aspects of the case was the nature of Fletcher's online audience. The prosecution contended that by charging a subscription fee, Fletcher had created an underground marketplace for illegal material. The FBI had obtained evidence that at least some of her subscribers had criminal records related to child exploitation offenses. They claimed that even if Fletcher herself had no intention of harming anyone, her work contributed to a broader culture of sexual violence and could encourage real-world crimes. The defense countered that there was no evidence linking Fletcher's stories to actual illegal activity. They pointed out that her website did not contain any real images or involve any actual victims. Unlike cases involving child pornography, where real children are harmed in the process of creating the material, Fletcher's work was purely fictional. They warned that prosecuting someone solely for their written words could set a dangerous precedent, opening the door for further censorship of controversial literature. As the case gained media attention, free speech advocacy groups such as the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, and the Electronic Frontier Foundation, EFF, weighed in. They argued that the prosecution of Karen Fletcher represented a slippery slope toward broader government control over internet content. If Fletcher could be convicted for her disturbing fiction, what would stop authorities from going after other controversial writers in the future? Would horror novelists or true crime authors be at risk of prosecution if their work was deemed too graphic? Journalists covering the case noted that similar themes could be found in mainstream entertainment. Films such as The Silence of the Lambs and Saw depicted gruesome acts of violence and psychological torment, yet they were protected as forms of artistic expression. Why then was Fletcher being singled out? Some speculated that it was because her stories involved children, a subject that evoked deep emotional responses and made rational debate difficult. Beyond the legal and constitutional questions, Fletcher's case raised broader societal issues about the nature of the internet and the role of law enforcement in policing online behavior. The mid-2000s saw the rise of social media, personal blogs, and online forums, where people could share their thoughts and experiences anonymously. Fletcher's website was part of this evolving digital landscape, and her prosecution highlighted the challenges of determining what should and should not be permissible in a world where almost anything could be published and accessed instantly. Even within law enforcement circles, there was some debate over the handling of Fletcher's case. While some officials saw her as a dangerous figure enabling criminal behavior, others questioned whether she was truly a threat to society. Given her history of trauma, isolation, and mental illness, some believed that she needed therapy and support rather than a lengthy prison sentence. The fact that she had never committed a violent crime or engaged in any illegal activity beyond the distribution of her writings made the case particularly complex. As Fletcher's trial date approached, she faced mounting pressure. The possibility of conviction meant she could face up to 30 years in federal prison. Her lawyers continued to negotiate with prosecutors, hoping to reach a plea deal that would spare her from incarceration. Meanwhile, the case continued to generate controversy, with opinion pieces in major newspapers debating whether the government had overstepped its bounds. Some writers compared Fletcher's situation to past literary censorship battles, while others insisted that her content was uniquely vile and unworthy of protection. The outcome of the case would ultimately hinge on whether Fletcher was willing to take her chances in a trial that could set a historic precedent. The stakes were high not just for her, but for the broader debate over internet freedom, obscenity laws, and the limits of free speech in the digital age. As the trial date loomed, Karen Fletcher found herself trapped between two grim possibilities: risk going to trial and facing the full weight of a federal conviction, or accept a plea deal that would brand her as a criminal for the rest of her life. The prosecutors, confident in their case, continued to press for a guilty plea, warning that if she took her chances in court, the outcome could be far worse. Despite the mounting pressure, Fletcher's defense team debated the merits of fighting for a broader legal victory. If they could establish that her writings were constitutionally protected under the First Amendment, it would set a crucial precedent for future cases involving written fiction. However, the stakes were dangerously high. A conviction could redefine the legal boundaries of obscenity law, potentially criminalizing an entire category of disturbing but fictional content. Fletcher herself was exhausted. Years of isolation had made her ill-equipped to handle the relentless media scrutiny, the legal jargon, and the weight of being at the center of a legal battle with national implications. Journalists, legal analysts, and advocacy groups continued to debate the case in newspapers and online forums, with public opinion deeply divided. Some saw her as a deeply disturbed woman, who had exploited a legal loophole to profit from reprehensible content. Others viewed her as an unlikely free speech martyr, a victim of a government overreach that could lead to dangerous censorship. One of the key turning points in the case came when a forensic linguist was brought in by the defense to analyze the content of Fletcher's stories. The expert testified that, while grotesque, her writings contained elements of confessional literature and trauma processing. They argued that her work, while deeply unsettling, lacked the structured narrative and deliberate titillation associated with traditional obscenity cases. The prosecution dismissed these claims, stating that the stories contained no clear artistic or literary merit and existed solely to satisfy a prurient interest. They cited the fact that subscribers had paid money to access the content as evidence that the stories had a commercial purpose, a key element in proving obscenity under federal law. The chilling part of the case was the nature of the website's subscribers. The FBI investigation had uncovered that at least a handful of them had prior convictions for child exploitation offenses. This fact, more than anything else, worked against Fletcher in the court of public opinion. Prosecutors argued that her website had effectively created a community where people with dangerous desires could gather and share in the consumption of her work. Even if Fletcher had not directly engaged in any criminal activity beyond the publication of her stories, the government insisted that her writing provided an avenue for harmful fantasies to flourish. As negotiations continued behind closed doors, Fletcher's attorneys knew that a trial would be risky. The jury pool was unlikely to be sympathetic to a woman accused of writing about such horrific subjects, regardless of whether the content was technically legal. Public outrage over crimes against children was one of the few issues that could override even the most rigorous free speech arguments. Given Fletcher's fragile mental and physical health, her attorneys worried that if she received the maximum sentence, she would never survive incarceration. At the last moment, Fletcher's legal team reached an agreement with the prosecution. In exchange for pleading guilty to 6 counts of obscenity, she would avoid prison time, but would be placed under house arrest for several years, undergo psychiatric treatment, and be required to register as a sex offender. For Fletcher, the decision was devastating, but the alternative, decades in federal prison, was simply not an option. She accepted the deal, appearing in court to formally enter her plea. The judge, recognizing her deteriorating health and the complexity of the case, approved the agreement, but made it clear that the government had every right to pursue charges against material deemed obscene under federal law. The aftermath of the case sent ripples through the legal and literary communities. Free speech organizations decried the decision, warning that the case set a dangerous precedent for written works being prosecuted under obscenity laws. While visual depictions had long been subject to criminal penalties, written fiction had remained largely protected, until now. Some legal scholars feared that this ruling would open the door for the government to go after other controversial literature, including works of horror, psychological thrillers, and underground fiction that pushed moral boundaries. Despite these concerns, the broader public reaction was largely indifferent or approving of the outcome. For most people, the subject matter of Fletcher's work was simply too disturbing to inspire widespread sympathy. Many saw the case as an appropriate response to someone who had profited from the darkest corners of human imagination. Others argued that while they supported free speech, there had to be some limits on content that catered to dangerous individuals. Fletcher faded from public view following the plea deal. Confined to her home under the conditions of house arrest, she retreated even further into her isolation. Her website was permanently shut down, and the FBI made it clear that they would continue monitoring online spaces for similar content. The case left an unsettling question unanswered. Where should the line be drawn when it comes to fictional works that depict disturbing or criminal behavior? Even years later, legal scholars reference the case as a cautionary example of how digital spaces and federal law could collide in unpredictable ways. Some saw it as a necessary prosecution, a rare example of law enforcement adapting to the ever-changing landscape of online crime. Others saw it as a moment when the government had overstepped, prioritizing public outrage over legal principles. In the end, Karen Fletcher became an infamous but little-known figure, remembered not for who she was, but for the uncomfortable questions her case forced society to confront. Story 9. In February 2006, a landmark legal case unfolded in Australia that tested the nation's anti-terrorism laws and their application within the judicial system. Joseph Terence Thomas, a 32-year-old from Melbourne, became the first individual convicted under Australia's newly enacted counter-terrorism legislation. His case, widely publicized and often referred to in the media as that of Jihad Jack, ignited intense debates about civil liberties, the admissibility of evidence obtained abroad, and the balance between national security and individual rights. Thomas's journey into the legal spotlight began in 2001 when he traveled to Pakistan, ostensibly to study Islam. During his time there, he attended a military training camp in Afghanistan associated with Al-Qaeda. He later claimed that his involvement was limited to religious study and that he was unaware of the camp's true nature. However, Australian authorities alleged that Thomas had deeper connections with terrorist activities. They accused him of receiving funds from senior Al-Qaeda operatives and of possessing a falsified passport, purportedly to facilitate terrorist acts. Upon his return to Australia in 2003, Thomas was arrested and charged under the country's anti-terrorism laws. The prosecution's case relied heavily on interviews conducted by Pakistani intelligence officials, during which Thomas allegedly confessed to his involvement with Al-Qaeda and acknowledged receiving $3,500 from a high-ranking member of the organization. These confessions became the crux of the legal battle that ensued. The trial commenced in early 2006, with the prosecution presenting the confessions as key evidence. They argued that Thomas's admissions demonstrated a clear intent to engage in terrorist activities, and that his possession of a falsified passport was indicative of his plans to travel undetected for nefarious purposes. The defense, however, challenged the admissibility of these confessions, contending that they were obtained under duress and in conditions that violated Thomas's rights. They highlighted the coercive environment of Pakistani detention facilities and the absence of legal representation during the interrogations. Despite these arguments, in February 2006, the jury found Thomas guilty on charges of receiving funds from a terrorist organization and possessing a falsified passport. He was acquitted of more serious charges, including intentionally providing resources to a terrorist organization. The conviction marked the first under Australia's anti-terrorism laws and was hailed by some as a victory for national security. Thomas was subsequently sentenced to 5 years in prison, with a non-parole period of 2 years. However, the legal saga did not end there. Thomas's defense team appealed the conviction, asserting that the trial court had erred in admitting the confessions as evidence. They argued that the statements were not made voluntarily, and that their admission violated principles of fairness and justice. In August 2006, the Victorian Court of Appeal quashed Thomas's convictions, agreeing that the confessions were inadmissible due to the circumstances under which they were obtained. The court ordered a retrial, but Thomas was released on bail pending further proceedings. The case of Joseph Thomas underscored the complexities inherent in prosecuting terrorism-related offenses, particularly when evidence is gathered in foreign jurisdictions with differing legal standards. It highlighted the challenges of balancing the imperative of national security with the protection of individual rights and due process. The legal proceedings also sparked a broader conversation in Australia about the reach and application of anti-terrorism laws, the treatment of citizens accused of terrorism abroad, and the standards of evidence required to secure convictions in such cases. In the years following his release, Thomas faced additional legal challenges, including control orders and further legal proceedings. His case remains a seminal example in Australian legal history, illustrating the tensions between security measures and civil liberties in the post-9/11 era. As Joseph Thomas sat in his prison cell following his conviction in February 2006, his legal team was already working on an appeal that would challenge the validity of the evidence used against him. The appeal, which would eventually lead to the overturning of his conviction, centered around one critical argument. The confessions Thomas had made while in Pakistani custody were obtained under circumstances that violated fundamental principles of fairness and due process. But before the appeal could take place, Thomas found himself at the center of a growing national debate over the balance between national security and civil liberties. The media had latched onto the case with sensational headlines, branding Thomas with the moniker Jihad Jack, a name that had first surfaced in Australian tabloids. To some, he was a dangerous individual who had trained with Al-Qaeda, accepted money from terrorists, and was plotting something nefarious. To others, he was a misguided young man who had made bad decisions, but was not a genuine threat to national security. The fact that Thomas had been convicted under newly enacted anti-terrorism laws made his case particularly controversial, as legal experts questioned whether these laws were being applied too broadly. One of the main points of contention was the admissibility of Thomas's confessions. The defense argued that these statements had been obtained while he was in the custody of Pakistani intelligence services, an agency known for its harsh interrogation techniques. Thomas had been detained for months in secret locations, often held in solitary confinement, and allegedly questioned without access to legal counsel. The conditions of his detention, his lawyers argued, amounted to psychological coercion. During these interrogations, he allegedly confessed to having received $3,500 from an al-Qaeda operative and to possessing a fraudulent passport. The prosecution, however, maintained that the confessions were valid. They argued that there was no direct evidence that Thomas had been mistreated and that he had spoken freely during the recorded interrogations. They contended that he had knowingly accepted money from a terrorist organization and that his forged passport indicated an intent to engage in further clandestine activities. The government saw Thomas's conviction as a crucial test of Australia's anti-terrorism laws, which had been introduced in the wake of the September 11th attacks and the 2002 Bali bombings. As legal experts debated the implications of the case, Thomas's family maintained his innocence. His wife, a woman he had met while in Pakistan, spoke to the press about the toll the trial had taken on their lives. She described how the family had been ostracized by the community, how Thomas's name had become synonymous with terrorism, and how their children would grow up with the stigma of their father's conviction. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, intelligence agencies continued to monitor Thomas's connections. Although he had been convicted of receiving money from al-Qaeda, there was no evidence that he had ever planned or participated in an actual attack. Some within law enforcement believed that he had been more of an ideological sympathizer rather than an operational asset for the terrorist organization. Nevertheless, the political climate at the time left little room for nuance. Any association with al-Qaeda was treated as a severe national security threat. As the months passed, Thomas's legal team built their case for an appeal. They focused on the idea that the confessions were not only obtained under duress, but also that their use in an Australian court set a dangerous precedent. If the government could use statements extracted from a detainee in a foreign prison without the safeguards of Australian legal protections, what would stop them from applying the same standard to other cases in the future? The Victorian Court of Appeal agreed to hear the case, and the legal arguments unfolded in a courtroom packed with journalists, civil rights activists, and government representatives. The judges were tasked with determining whether Thomas's confessions had been given voluntarily or whether the conditions of his detention rendered them unreliable. During the appeal proceedings, experts on international law testified about the nature of Pakistani intelligence operations. They described how detainees were often subjected to long periods of solitary confinement, denied legal representation, and pressured into making statements that aligned with the interests of interrogators. Although Thomas had not reported any physical torture, his lawyers argued that the mere threat of indefinite detention in a foreign country without legal recourse was enough to compromise the validity of his confessions. In August 2006, the Victorian Court of Appeal ruled in favor of Thomas. The judges found that the confessions he had made while in Pakistani custody should never have been admitted as evidence in the first place. They agreed with the defense's argument that the conditions under which the statements were made rendered them inadmissible. As a result, Thomas's convictions were overturned, and he was released from prison. The ruling sparked an immediate political backlash. Conservative politicians and law enforcement officials criticized the decision, arguing that it set a dangerous precedent that could make it more difficult to prosecute individuals with suspected ties to terrorism. They warned that the legal system had created a loophole that would allow dangerous individuals to walk free simply because their confessions had been obtained in foreign jurisdictions. On the other side of the debate, civil rights advocates celebrated the ruling as a victory for due process and the rule of law. They saw the decision as an important reaffirmation of legal principles, ensuring that Australian courts could not rely on coerced statements as the basis for a conviction. Some legal scholars argued that Thomas's case exposed the flaws in Australia's counterterrorism laws, which they claimed had been hastily written in the wake of global security concerns without sufficient safeguards for protecting individual rights. Despite his release, Thomas's legal troubles were far from over. Although his criminal conviction had been overturned, the Australian government was not ready to let him disappear from public scrutiny. He was soon placed under a control order, a legal mechanism that imposed strict conditions on his movements and activities. These restrictions included curfews, reporting requirements, and bans on communication with certain individuals. The government justified the control order by arguing that Thomas still posed a potential security risk. Intelligence agencies maintained that he had trained with Al-Qaeda and had accepted money from terrorist operatives, even if his confession could no longer be used as legal evidence. The control order, they claimed, was a necessary precaution to prevent him from engaging in any future activities that could pose a threat to national security. For Thomas, the restrictions felt like a form of ongoing punishment despite his overturned conviction. He struggled to rebuild his life, finding it difficult to secure employment or reintegrate into the community. The stigma of his trial and the Jihad Jack nickname continued to follow him, making it nearly impossible to move on from the case that had defined his public identity. As the legal and political debates raged on, Thomas's case remained a landmark moment in Australian counterterrorism law. It had tested the limits of how far the government could go in prosecuting individuals suspected of terrorist connections, and it had raised critical questions about the use of foreign-obtained confessions in domestic trials. The outcome of his appeal set an important legal precedent, one that would influence future cases involving national security, human rights, and the rule of law. In the months following Joseph Thomas's release from prison, his life remained under intense scrutiny. The Australian government, unwilling to fully let go of its suspicions, kept him under a strict control order that dictated nearly every aspect of his daily existence. He was not allowed to travel outside designated areas without permission, had to report regularly to authorities, and was barred from using certain communication devices. Any attempt to contact specific individuals, many of whom were never publicly named, would be met with severe consequences. The media continued to follow his every move. Despite his overturned conviction, the label of Jihad Jack had become impossible to shake. Employers were reluctant to hire him, fearing the backlash of associating with a man once accused of terrorism. Even old friends and acquaintances distanced themselves, afraid that maintaining contact with Thomas might draw the attention of law enforcement. The stigma extended to his family as well. His wife, who had stood by him through the ordeal, faced hostility from neighbors, and their children were subjected to whispers and judgment at school. Thomas attempted to challenge the control order, arguing that it amounted to a form of indefinite punishment without trial. His legal team contended that the restrictions were unreasonable, given that his conviction had been overturned and no new charges had been brought against him. Civil liberties groups also weighed in, warning that the use of control orders set a dangerous precedent, allowing governments to impose severe restrictions on individuals without needing to prove their guilt in a court of law. Despite these efforts, the courts upheld the control order, stating that the government had sufficient grounds to consider Thomas a security risk. The ruling reinforced the broad powers granted to authorities under Australia's anti-terrorism laws and underscored the challenges faced by individuals who, despite being legally exonerated, remained under suspicion in the eyes of the state. As the years passed, Thomas tried to fade from the public eye. He moved to regional Victoria, hoping for a quieter life away from the relentless attention of the press. But his past followed him wherever he went. Community members, aware of his history, remained wary of him, and any attempts at rebuilding his life were met with obstacles. The stigma of being Australia's first convicted terrorist, despite the court's later ruling, never truly disappeared. Meanwhile, debates over the handling of his case continued within legal and political circles. His overturned conviction became a key reference point in discussions about the reach of counterterrorism laws, the admissibility of evidence obtained abroad, and the role of civil liberties in the fight against terrorism. Legal scholars pointed to the case as an example of the dangers of relying on confessions extracted in foreign detention centers, while security officials maintained that his original conviction was justified based on intelligence gathered by international agencies. In the broader context of Australian national security policy, Thomas's case remained significant. It highlighted the tensions between the need for vigilance in counterterrorism efforts and the principles of justice and due process. It also demonstrated the long-lasting impact that such accusations could have on an individual's life, even in cases where the legal system ultimately ruled in their favor. Thomas rarely spoke publicly after his release, choosing to avoid media attention as much as possible. In rare interviews, he expressed regret over his decision to travel to Afghanistan, but maintained that he had never intended to harm anyone. He insisted that his time in Pakistan had been motivated by religious study, not terrorism, and that he had been caught up in circumstances beyond his control. However, for many Australians, his story remained a cautionary tale, a reminder of how easily an individual's life could be upended in the post-9/11 world, where the mere perception of a terrorist connection could have devastating consequences. Despite the legal victories his defense team had achieved, Thomas remained, in many ways, a prisoner of his past. His movements were monitored, his name was forever associated with terrorism, and his future remained uncertain. The control orders imposed on him were reviewed periodically, but each time, the government found justification to maintain them. Though he had once dreamed of returning to a normal life, he gradually came to accept that his reputation, whether deserved or not, would never allow him to truly be free. As the years went on, Australia's counterterrorism landscape continued to evolve. New laws were introduced, new cases emerged, and the conversation around national security shifted with global events. But the case of Joseph Thomas remained one of the most significant in the country's legal history, a stark example of the complexities involved in prosecuting terrorism cases, the difficulties of balancing security with justice, and the profound, irreversible impact that such accusations could have on a person's life. By the time his control orders were finally lifted, the damage had already been done. He was a man whose life had been defined by a single chapter, one that had left permanent scars on his reputation, his family, and his future. Whether or not he had truly posed a threat was no longer the question. In the eyes of the public, Joseph Thomas would always be Jihad Jack, a symbol of Australia's struggle to navigate the murky waters of counterterrorism in an era of global fear and suspicion. Story 10. In 2006, Indonesia was gripped by a high-profile murder case that drew national and international attention. The assassination of prominent human rights activist Munir Sedbilib. Munir, known for his courageous advocacy against military abuses and his role in founding the Commission for Disappeared Persons and Victims of Violence, Contras, was a formidable figure in Indonesia's human rights movement. His untimely death not only shocked the nation, but also highlighted the perils faced by activists challenging entrenched power structures. On September 7, 2004, Munir boarded Garuda Indonesia Flight GA 974 from Jakarta to Amsterdam, with a layover in Singapore. Unbeknownst to him, this journey would be his last. During the flight, Munir began experiencing severe symptoms, including vomiting and acute pain. Despite the efforts of the flight crew and a doctor on board, his condition deteriorated rapidly, leading to his death before the plane landed in Amsterdam. An autopsy conducted by Dutch authorities revealed that Munir had died from a lethal dose of arsenic poisoning. The discovery of this toxic substance in his system immediately raised suspicions of foul play, prompting both national and international calls for a thorough investigation. The Indonesian government, under President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, faced mounting pressure to identify and prosecute those responsible for this heinous act. Investigations soon focused on Polikarpus Budahari Prianto, a Garuda Indonesia pilot who was off duty at the time, but had been assigned to the same flight in a non-flying capacity. Evidence emerged that Polikarpus had offered his business class seat to Munir, placing the activist in a position where he could be more easily targeted. Phone records further revealed an unusual number of calls between Polikarpus and officials from Indonesia's state intelligence agency, BIN, in the days leading up to the assassination. In December 2005, Polikarpus was found guilty of premeditated conspiracy to murder and sentenced to 14 years in prison. This verdict was upheld by a court of appeals in April 2006. However, the case did not end there. In October 2006, Polikarpus's conviction was annulled by the Supreme Court due to insufficient evidence, leading to his release. The Attorney General's office subsequently filed for a judicial review, and in January 2008, the Supreme Court reinstated Polikarpus's conviction, this time sentencing him to 20 years in prison. The legal proceedings were fraught with controversy. Human rights organizations criticized the initial acquittal, viewing it as a setback in the fight against impunity. The case underscored the challenges within Indonesia's judicial system, particularly concerning accountability for crimes involving state actors. The fluctuating verdicts and sentences highlighted the complexities and potential vulnerabilities in prosecuting cases that implicate powerful institutions. Throughout the investigation and trials, there were persistent allegations of involvement by higher-level officials within BIN. Activists and observers speculated that Munir's assassination was not the act of a lone individual, but rather a coordinated effort to silence a vocal critic of the military and government. Despite these suspicions, no senior officials were convicted in connection with the murder, leading to ongoing debates about the extent of state involvement and the obstacles to achieving justice in such cases. Munir's assassination had a profound impact on Indonesia's human rights landscape. It served as a stark reminder of the dangers faced by those who challenge powerful entities and advocate for justice. The case also galvanized civil society, leading to increased demands for transparency, accountability, and reforms within the intelligence and judicial sectors. In the years following Munir's death, his legacy continued to inspire human rights work in Indonesia. Organizations established in his honor carried forward his mission, striving to protect the rights of the marginalized and hold perpetrators of abuses accountable. The case remains a touchstone in discussions about human rights and justice in Indonesia, symbolizing both the progress made and the challenges that persist in the nation's journey toward upholding the rule of law. The assassination of Munir Saidulib in 2004 and the subsequent legal proceedings culminating in 2006 represent a pivotal chapter in Indonesia's history. The case not only highlighted the perils faced by human rights defenders, but also exposed systemic issues within the country's institutions. It underscored the need for continued vigilance, advocacy, and reform to ensure that justice prevails and that the rights of all citizens are protected. The investigation into Munir's assassination continued to gain momentum in 2006 as pressure mounted from both domestic and international human rights organizations. The discovery of arsenic poisoning as the cause of death meant that this was not a natural occurrence, nor was it a random act. It was an intentional, premeditated murder. The question remained, who ordered it and why? As Indonesia's legal system began navigating the complex case, many suspected that Munir's relentless activism against military abuses and corruption had made him a prime target. His work with Contras had exposed numerous human rights violations, many of which directly implicated high-ranking officials in Indonesia's military and intelligence agencies. The evidence against Polikarpus Budahari Prianto, the Garuda Indonesia pilot, was compelling but incomplete. Investigators found that Polikarpus had made multiple phone calls to figures linked to Indonesia's state intelligence agency, BIN, in the days leading up to Munir's departure. These calls, made from his personal number, connected him to senior intelligence officers, raising serious questions about whether he had acted alone or as part of a larger operation. However, establishing a direct link between these conversations and the murder proved challenging. In court, the prosecution argued that Polikarpus played a key role in facilitating Munir's poisoning. Witness testimonies and forensic evidence pointed to the likelihood that Munir had ingested arsenic while on board the flight, possibly through food or drink. A particularly suspicious detail emerged. Shortly after takeoff, Polikarpus, who was supposed to be off duty, offered his business class seat to Munir, allowing the activist to move into a more isolated area of the plane. This act, while seemingly generous on the surface, was seen by investigators as a strategic move to ensure that Munir was separated from most passengers and crew, making it easier for the poisoning to go unnoticed. Further analysis revealed that Polikarpus had used a fake assignment letter from Garuda Indonesia's security division to justify his presence on the flight. This document, later deemed fraudulent, suggested that his involvement in the trip was neither casual nor coincidental. He was there for a reason. The prosecution pushed the argument that he had been planted on the flight to ensure that the assassination was carried out smoothly. However, proving that Polikarpus was the one who physically administered the poison remained difficult, as no witnesses could definitively place him in direct contact with Munir's meals or drinks. By mid-2006, the trial of Polikarpus had become one of Indonesia's most closely watched legal battles. The courtroom was filled with journalists, activists, and representatives from both Indonesian and international human rights organizations. Public interest in the case was at an all-time high, with many fearing that justice would not be served due to potential interference from powerful figures. Munir's widow, Susawati, played a pivotal role in keeping the case alive, consistently demanding accountability and refusing to allow her husband's murder to be dismissed as an isolated act. She, along with Contras and other rights groups, continued to highlight the need for a deeper probe into BIN's involvement. Despite mounting public scrutiny, the legal proceedings were marked by inconsistencies and delays. Polycarpus's defense team worked aggressively to challenge the evidence, arguing that there was no concrete proof tying him directly to Munir's death. They claimed that the phone records, while suspicious, did not establish a clear conspiracy. Additionally, they pointed out that other passengers and crew members had access to the same meals served on the flight, yet only Munir had fallen ill, suggesting that the poison could have been administered before he boarded the plane. In August 2006, the court finally handed down its verdict. Polycarpus was found guilty of premeditated conspiracy to murder and sentenced to 14 years in prison. While the ruling was initially seen as a step toward justice, many were dissatisfied with the outcome. Critics argued that Polycarpus was merely a foot soldier, a pawn in a much larger operation that had yet to be fully exposed. The response to the verdict was mixed. On one hand, it was a rare case where someone linked to an intelligence agency had been convicted of a political assassination in Indonesia. On the other hand, the failure to hold higher-level figures accountable reinforced skepticism about the country's commitment to justice in cases involving powerful interests. Many believed that Munir's murder was ordered at a much higher level, but due to institutional barriers, the true masterminds would never be brought to trial. As 2006 drew to a close, the calls for further investigation intensified. Human rights organizations, along with Munir's supporters, demanded that the government take more aggressive action to uncover the full extent of Bin's involvement. The case had already exposed significant weaknesses in Indonesia's law enforcement and judiciary, highlighting the challenges of prosecuting cases where state institutions were implicated. The Supreme Court's decision to review Polycarpus's conviction in late 2006 indicated that the legal battle was far from over, and with mounting public pressure, the next stage of the case would determine whether real justice could be achieved. Despite the conviction of Polycarpus Budahari Prianto in 2006, the case was far from over. Many believed that he was not the sole perpetrator, but rather a key player in a much larger conspiracy. The assassination of Munir had sent shockwaves through Indonesia, and pressure from civil society, human rights groups, and the international community continued to mount. People were demanding answers. Who ordered the hit? Why was Munir targeted so ruthlessly? And most importantly, why was justice moving so slowly? The Indonesian government, led by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, had publicly stated its commitment to resolving the case. However, behind the scenes, progress remained frustratingly slow. While Polycarpus had been convicted, there was no decisive action taken against the higher-ups in Indonesia's state intelligence agency, BIN, despite overwhelming circumstantial evidence pointing to their involvement. Phone records, witness testimonies, and leaked documents all suggested that Polycarpus had been in communication with high-ranking BIN officials before and after Munir's death. Yet, no arrests were made beyond Polycarpus, and the deeper layers of the conspiracy remained untouched. In October 2006, Polycarpus's conviction was shockingly annulled by the Supreme Court. The decision stunned many, as it seemed to indicate that even in a high-profile case like this, accountability could be elusive. The ruling cited a lack of direct evidence proving that Polycarpus had administered the arsenic himself. Although his presence on the flight, his connections to BIN, and his fake travel orders were all highly suspicious, the court ruled that these elements were not enough to sustain a murder conviction. This decision only reinforced suspicions that powerful figures behind the scenes were working to protect themselves from exposure. The response from Munir's family and supporters was immediate. His widow, Susawati, alongside various human rights organizations, launched a relentless campaign to overturn the decision and push for a full judicial review. They accused the court of bowing to political pressure and called on the public to demand justice. The Indonesian media, which had been closely following the case, published editorials and investigative reports that kept the pressure on the government. There were calls for an independent commission to be formed to further investigate the involvement of BIN officials, but these efforts faced resistance at every level. As the legal battle continued, new evidence slowly began to emerge. In late 2006, leaked intelligence documents suggested that the planning for Munir's assassination had been extensive, involving multiple operatives and layers of secrecy. A former BIN official, speaking on condition of anonymity, claimed that Munir had been viewed as a national threat due to his outspoken criticism of military human rights abuses. He alleged that the decision to eliminate Munir had come from the highest levels of intelligence command. However, without concrete evidence or a willing whistleblower, these claims remained speculative. The international community also kept a close watch on the case. Several foreign governments, including the Netherlands, where Munir had been traveling to pursue further legal studies, urged Indonesia to fully prosecute those responsible. Human rights organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch released statements condemning the slow pace of justice and demanding greater accountability. The case had become more than just about one man's murder. It had become a symbol of the ongoing struggle for human rights and justice in Indonesia. In response to the growing backlash, the Indonesian Attorney General's office filed for a judicial review of Polikarpus's case in late 2006. This move was widely seen as a concession to public pressure, but it also reignited hope that justice could still be achieved. The prosecution pushed for a reinstatement of Polikarpus's conviction and argued that new evidence linking him to bin operatives should be considered. The case was scheduled to be reviewed in early 2007, with many anticipating whether the legal system would finally hold all perpetrators accountable. By the end of 2006, Indonesia remained divided over the case. While some saw Polikarpus's initial conviction as a step in the right direction, others viewed his temporary release as proof that justice could be manipulated. The deeper question, who within the state apparatus had authorized the assassination, remained unanswered. The battle for justice was not just about Polikarpus. It was about dismantling a culture of impunity that had long plagued Indonesia's political and military institutions. Munir's murder had become more than just a criminal case. It had turned into a defining moment in Indonesia's democratic evolution. The outcome of the case would set a precedent for how the country handled political assassinations and state-sponsored violence. If those responsible could walk free despite overwhelming evidence, it would signal to activists, journalists, and dissenters that speaking out against power still carried deadly consequences. As 2006 came to a close, Susawati and Munir's supporters vowed to continue their fight. Rallies, protests, and public campaigns persisted, ensuring that the case would not fade into obscurity. The question of justice for Munir was still unanswered, but one thing was certain. His legacy as a fearless advocate for human rights would not be forgotten. Story 11. In the year 2000, Germany was shaken by a series of heinous crimes that exposed the deep-seated issues of racism and xenophobia within its society. One of the most harrowing incidents was the brutal murder of Alberto Adriano, a 39-year-old man from Mozambique who had made Germany his home. Alberto had arrived in East Germany in 1988 as a contract worker, seeking better opportunities for himself and his family. Settling in the city of Dessau, he found employment in a meat processing plant and built a life with his partner, with whom he had 3 children. By all accounts, Alberto was a hard-working individual, striving to provide a good life for his loved ones. On the night of June 10, 2000, Alberto watched the opening game of the UEFA Euro 2000 Football Championship with friends. It was a pleasant evening, filled with camaraderie and the shared excitement that football often brings. As the night wore on, Alberto decided to head home, a mere 400 meters away, cutting through the Dessau City Park, a route he had likely taken numerous times without incident. Unbeknownst to him, 3 young men, Enrico H., Frank M., and Christian R. were also in the park that night. These individuals, aged between 16 and 24, were heavily intoxicated and had missed their train home. Fueled by alcohol and entrenched in neo-Nazi ideology, they roamed the park, shouting far-right slogans such as Heil Hitler, their voices piercing the stillness of the night. As Alberto walked through the park, his path crossed with these men. What transpired next was a horrifying act of unprovoked violence. The trio attacked Alberto solely because of the color of his skin. They beat him mercilessly, knocking him to the ground, and continued their assault by stomping on his head repeatedly. The brutality of the attack was staggering, leaving Alberto with severe injuries that rendered him unconscious. Passers-by discovered Alberto's battered body and immediately called for emergency services. He was rushed to the hospital, where medical professionals fought tirelessly to save his life. Despite their best efforts, the injuries were too severe. After languishing in a coma for 3 days, Alberto Adriano succumbed to his wounds on June 13, 2000. The news of Alberto's murder sent shockwaves throughout Germany. The sheer brutality of the crime, coupled with its overtly racist motivations, forced the nation to confront the ugly reality of neo-Nazi sentiments festering within its borders. The public outcry was immense, with citizens and officials alike expressing their horror and condemnation. The 3 perpetrators were swiftly apprehended, During their trial, it was revealed that they had a history of neo-Nazi affiliations and had been involved in previous racist incidents. Their defense offered little in the way of mitigation, and the evidence against them was overwhelming. Enrico H., identified as the primary aggressor, was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Frank M. and Christian R., being younger, were sentenced to 9 years each in juvenile detention facilities. In the aftermath of the trial, then-Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder attended Alberto's funeral, a gesture that underscored the gravity of the situation. He remarked that the verdict was a suitable verdict for a heinous crime, reflecting the sentiments of a nation grappling with the resurgence of far-right extremism. Alberto's death was not an isolated incident. Between 2000 and 2007, Germany witnessed a series of racially motivated murders perpetrated by the National Socialist Underground, NSU, a neo-Nazi terrorist group. This clandestine organization targeted immigrants, primarily of Turkish descent, in a campaign of terror that left 10 people dead and many more wounded. The NSU's activities remained undetected for years, raising serious questions about institutional biases and the effectiveness of law enforcement agencies in addressing far-right extremism. The murder of Alberto Adriano and the subsequent NSU revelations served as a grim reminder of the persistent threat posed by neo-Nazi ideologies in Germany. These events prompted widespread introspection and led to numerous initiatives aimed at combating racism and promoting integration. Memorials were erected in honor of the victims, educational programs were implemented to address xenophobia, and the government intensified its efforts to dismantle extremist networks. However, the scars left by these tragedies run deep. For many, the events of 2000 and the years that followed highlighted the fragility of social cohesion and the importance of vigilance against hatred in all its forms. The legacy of Alberto Adriano serves as a somber testament to the consequences of unchecked bigotry and the enduring need for a society rooted in tolerance and respect. In the years since, Germany has made strides in addressing these issues, but challenges remain. The rise of far-right political movements and sporadic incidents of racially motivated violence indicate that the battle against extremism is far from over. The story of Alberto Adriano stands as a poignant reminder of the human cost of hatred and the imperative for continued commitment to justice and equality. The aftermath of Alberto Adriano's murder sent ripples through Germany, igniting debates about racism, xenophobia, and the country's struggle with its dark past. While Germany had taken steps toward confronting its history, this brutal killing in the year 2000 revealed deep-seated prejudices that many had assumed were relics of the past. The image of a defenseless man being beaten to death in a public park by 3 young men, driven solely by racial hatred, forced the nation to acknowledge an uncomfortable reality. Extremism was not only alive but thriving in certain pockets of society. In Dessau, a city still grappling with economic hardships following German reunification, the murder unearthed existing tensions. The region had long struggled with unemployment and discontent, conditions that made it fertile ground for radical ideologies to take hold. While many residents were appalled by the crime and participated in vigils and protests, there were those who quietly sympathized with the attackers. In the weeks following the attack, graffiti bearing far-right slogans appeared in certain areas, a chilling indication that some saw Alberto's murder as an act of defiance rather than a heinous crime. For Alberto's family, the loss was immeasurable. His wife, devastated and overwhelmed, struggled to find the words to explain to their children why their father would never come home. They were too young to comprehend the magnitude of what had happened, but they sensed the pain radiating from their mother, from the mourners who filled their home, from the media coverage that reduced their father's life to headlines about racism and violence. Their lives had been permanently altered, not just by his death, but by the knowledge that he had been killed simply for being different. As the trial of the perpetrators began, Germany's legal system faced immense scrutiny. Many feared that, as had happened in previous hate crime cases, the young men would receive lenient sentences. Historically, crimes motivated by far-right ideologies had often been downplayed, with authorities hesitant to acknowledge the extent of neo-Nazi activity. But this time, the public was watching closely. The murder had drawn international attention, with human rights organizations and foreign governments condemning the act and urging Germany to take decisive action. The courtroom was packed during the trial. Journalists, activists, and community leaders filled the seats, eager to witness how the justice system would respond. As the prosecution laid out the case, the sheer brutality of the attack became even more apparent. Witnesses recounted hearing the perpetrators shouting racist slurs as they kicked and stomped Alberto. Forensic experts described the extensive injuries he had suffered, emphasizing that the force used was so extreme that it shattered bones and caused irreversible brain damage. The level of violence was not just excessive, it was sadistic. The defense attempted to argue that the perpetrators had been intoxicated and unaware of their actions. They painted the young men as misguided, lost in a haze of alcohol and youthful recklessness. But this argument did little to sway public opinion. The chilling reality was that these men had a history of neo-Nazi affiliations. They had been seen at far-right rallies, had openly expressed racist views, and had previously harassed immigrants in their neighborhood. This was not an isolated incident. It was the culmination of years of hatred. As the trial progressed, it became clear that Germany was facing a turning point. The case was not just about 3 individuals who had committed a terrible crime. It was about a larger societal issue. How could young men, born long after World War II and the fall of the Third Reich, still harbor such deep-seated racial hatred? How had extremist ideologies continued to thrive in modern Germany? Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder's attendance at Alberto's funeral was seen as a symbolic act, an acknowledgement that the government needed to do more to combat racism. He called for stronger measures against hate groups and urged German society to confront its failures. But for activists and minority communities, words were not enough. They demanded action, more protection for immigrants, stricter penalties for hate crimes, and a concerted effort to dismantle far-right organizations. The verdict, when it came, was swift. The court sentenced Enrico H., the primary aggressor, to life in prison. His 2 accomplices, being younger, received 9-year sentences in juvenile detention. The ruling was met with a mixture of relief and skepticism. While many saw it as a step toward justice, others questioned whether it would truly serve as a deterrent. After all, the problem extended beyond these 3 men. It was embedded in the very fabric of society. In the months that followed, Alberto's murder continued to spark discussions. Schools introduced new anti-racism programs, communities organized outreach initiatives, and law enforcement agencies pledged to crack down on extremist groups. But for every step forward, there were reminders of how deeply entrenched the problem remained. Neo-Nazi gatherings still occurred in certain regions, hate crimes continued to be reported, and political movements with nationalist rhetoric gained traction. For Alberto's family, justice in the courtroom did little to ease their pain. His children would grow up without a father, his wife would forever carry the weight of that night, and his name would be forever linked to one of Germany's most notorious hate crimes. He had come to Germany seeking opportunity, hoping to build a better future. Instead, his life had been cut short by hatred, leaving behind a legacy that Germany would struggle to reconcile. The lessons of Alberto's murder were clear. Racism was not a relic of the past, and complacency allowed it to fester. While Germany had made significant strides in acknowledging and addressing its history, the rise of extremism in the modern era proved that the fight against hatred was ongoing. It was not enough to remember past atrocities. Society had to actively resist the forces that sought to resurrect them. The park where Alberto had been attacked became a place of remembrance. A memorial was erected in his honor, a stark reminder of what had happened on that June night. But beyond the plaques and ceremonies, the true test lay in whether Germany would take lasting steps to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again. In the years following Alberto Adriano's murder, Germany found itself at a crossroads. The brutal nature of the crime had shocked the nation into acknowledging the persistence of racism within its borders, but acknowledgement alone was not enough. The question remained, what would be done to prevent such atrocities in the future? For many, the case was a grim wake-up call. Politicians made promises, anti-racism organizations gained momentum, and law enforcement vowed to crack down on far-right extremism. In Dessau, candlelight vigils became an annual tradition, a way for the community to remember Alberto and reaffirm their commitment to combating hate. Schools introduced educational programs aimed at dismantling prejudice from an early age, emphasizing the dangers of xenophobia and the importance of inclusion. Yet, despite these efforts, racism did not simply vanish. Hate crimes continued to make headlines, and extremist groups found new ways to spread their ideology, adapting to the digital age. Online forums and social media became breeding grounds for radicalization, allowing hate speech to flourish in places that were difficult to monitor. Right-wing political movements gained traction, their leaders exploiting economic struggles and nationalistic sentiment to push their agendas. It became clear that while laws could be strengthened and awareness campaigns launched, the battle against hatred was one that required constant vigilance. For Alberto's family, no amount of political discourse or social change could bring him back. His wife struggled to rebuild her life, raising their children alone, haunted by the knowledge that her husband had died in such a senseless, brutal manner. His children, too young to fully understand at the time, grew up carrying the weight of their father's fate. They learned about his death not just as a personal tragedy, but as part of Germany's ongoing reckoning with racism. Some members of the Mozambican community in Germany saw his murder as a warning, a reminder that despite their contributions to society, they would always be seen as outsiders by some. Many had come to Germany under similar circumstances as Alberto, hoping for better lives, working hard to support their families, only to face discrimination and violence. Some considered leaving, believing they would never truly be accepted. Others stayed, determined to fight for their right to belong. The perpetrators of the crime remained behind bars, serving their sentences. Over time, discussions arose about whether the two younger men, sentenced as juveniles, had truly been rehabilitated. Would they emerge from prison reformed, or would their time in detention only deepen their resentment? Could they ever comprehend the magnitude of what they had done? The justice system had delivered its verdict, but true justice, the kind that prevented future tragedies, was far more complex. In 2001, a year after the murder, a memorial was erected in Dessau's city park, the very place where Alberto had been attacked. The inscription read, "In memory of Alberto Adriano, murdered because of racism, never again." The words served as both a tribute and a warning, a permanent reminder that such hatred had no place in society. Each year, people gathered to lay flowers, to speak out against racism, to ensure that his name was never forgotten. Yet, as the years passed, the urgency of the moment faded. Public outrage subsided, political priorities shifted, and new stories took over the headlines. Those who had marched in the streets and vowed change found themselves distracted by other issues. The cycle repeated itself, another hate crime, another period of reflection, another promise that it would never happen again. But for those directly affected by racism, the fight never ended. Activists continued to push for stronger policies, for better education, for more accountability. Survivors of hate crimes shared their stories, refusing to be silenced. Communities rallied together, supporting one another in the face of discrimination. And in Dessau, in the quiet stillness of the park where it had all begun, Alberto Adriano's memorial remained, standing as a testament to both the horrors of the past and the hope for a different future. His story, like so many others, was a painful reminder that hatred thrives in silence. That justice is not merely about punishing the guilty, but about ensuring that history does not repeat itself. That change is possible, but only if people are willing to fight for it. And so, even as time moved forward, even as the world changed, one truth remained. What happened to Alberto Adriano could never be undone, but it could serve as a lesson that demanded to be remembered.